Sorry, just one moment, I'm sorry. There it goes. Full screen, you are going to take it away whenever you are.
Thanks. Okay. Well, Kate, do you want to go ahead and start us off?
Yes, sorry. Can everyone hear me?
We can, yes, Kate.
Okay, great. I apologize. I have COVID and I thought I'd keep it to myself. So I'm going to do this virtually. But thankfully, Maria's there in person. And what I thought we'd do tonight is give you a brief overview of the senior needs assessment. We completed this, I think, almost a year ago. It is a huge report, so we'll try to give you the high-level findings tonight. So if you go to the next slide, Maria. I thought we could start with kind of an overview of what we did. So essentially, we collected a lot of data, and then we facilitated a prioritization session with the Senior Commission to help them think about next steps. Maria is really going to go in depth on the prioritization work in the second half of our presentation. But I thought I'd start with some of the data sources that we use and what our key findings were. So we began this project with a kickoff meeting with the Senior Commission where we essentially wanted to hear from them what were some of the bigger needs that they thought we should look for in the community. We also conducted interviews with city council members to again hear what did they think some of the bigger issues for seniors were in Commerce City, what were they hearing from their constituents, et cetera. We did a literature review where we looked at reports on seniors in Colorado to try to understand what their bigger needs are. We consulted some national sources like AARP. We then looked at census data to get a good sense of who seniors are in Commerce City. We then kind of synthesized that portion of our data, and that informed the design of a survey that we created with the help of the Senior Commission. This was a mail survey of registered voters 65 and older. We had, I believe, an 18% response rate, which was pretty good, so over 600 responses. We then analyzed that data and came up with some follow-up questions that we wanted to dig deeper into. And so we did 18 follow-up interviews with residents recruited from the survey. And then we did, I believe, 9 interviews with Commerce City leaders. So some of these were government officials, some of these were community leaders, et cetera. And so we synthesized that data into some of the key findings that I'm going to share with you tonight. So if you go to the next slide, again, I'll note there's a lot more in the report. I've tended to show graphs from the survey because they are visually appealing, but all of these findings came through both in our quantitative and our qualitative work as well. So if you go to the next slide, the first key finding from our data was that overall, seniors are generally happy in Commerce City. We heard this in the interviews. We saw this in the survey. If you go to the next slide, for example, this is from the survey. We asked, how would you rate your overall quality of life in Commerce City? And what you can see here is that 59% of seniors rated it as good, 17% rated it as excellent. So, overall, a pretty good quality of life, definitely, some room for improvement. And we saw differences for certain types of segments. So leading into my next key finding, we found that quality of life differed for seniors on the north and south side of the city. So seniors on the north side reported a higher quality of life than those on the south side. We also generally found that the experience and one's ability to age in place differed depending on where you lived. There are different amenities, as many of you are aware of. Seniors on the north side reported fewer types of amenities. Seniors on the south side reported more concern about safety in their community. So they're generally having a slightly different experience when it comes to aging in Commerce City. So if you go to the next slide, I just wanted to highlight that although the overall population of Commerce City tends to be more concentrated on the north side, when you look at seniors, that population is pretty evenly split between the north and the south side. So if you go to the next slide. I just pulled in an example question from the survey. So this is a question where we asked about amenities. So which of the following is not in your community, but you wish it was? The dark blue bars are respondents from the south side of the city. The light blue bars are from the north side. And then the orange give you just the overall percentage. And I'll note that in general, respondents from the north were reporting fewer amenities. So they're more likely to say that they want these things, but they're not in their community. However, the pattern tended to be the same. So on the right there, you see that for seniors overall, the top two things they wish they had more of in their community were shopping and entertainment. Yeah, you can go to the next slide, Maria. It's fine.
Is the quote on?
So we directly asked about loneliness and isolation because coming out of COVID, with the Surgeon General announcing the loneliness epidemic, we really wanted to explore whether this had impacted Commerce City seniors. And in general, it was not a huge or primary concern for seniors. I will note, though, that it is sometimes difficult to ask about this directly. Sometimes people don't want to admit to being lonely. And so you can look indirectly at some other types of questions. So we definitely see interest, and you'll see it on the next few slides, in having more types of programming and opportunities to engage with other people. But at least when we asked directly about loneliness, it did not come up. So if you go to the next slide. In the survey, we asked, thinking back over the past 12 months, how much of a problem, if at all, has each of the following been for you? And what you can see on the left here is that about 11% of survey respondents said that feeling lonely or isolated had been a problem. So nothing, but not the primary concern. The most commonly reported issue over the past 12 months was staying physically fit. So almost a quarter of seniors reported that. If you go to the next slide. Our fourth key finding is that aging in place is important to seniors, and many want community support in order to stay in their homes. We've been doing a similar project with the state of Colorado, and obviously aging in place is something that they're interested in as well. It's something that is both more cost effective, but also what most people prefer to do. So if you go to the next slide. And I guess one thing I'll note is that in some of our other research, we do find that not everyone has thought about what is required to stay in their current home. So I guess that's some context when looking at this data. So on the left here in the survey, we directly asked to remain in your current home, which services would help you the most? Check all that apply. And about a third of respondents said handyman services, and a third said snow removal. Seniors who have disabilities were more likely to indicate that they would need more services to remain in their current home. And I also wanted to point out here that the ability to age in one's home is not necessarily free or inexpensive. So on the right here, I've shown a graph of the percentage of seniors living below poverty. So we looked at seniors in Commerce City compared to some of the surrounding communities. So Adams County overall, Brighton, Northland, Thornton. And if you look on the right here, for older seniors, those 75 and older, there's a higher percentage of them living below poverty in Commerce City compared to some of the other communities, which can definitely impact one's ability to stay in your home. So next slide, please. So our fifth key finding, which you kind of got a sneak peek of on the previous slide, is that seniors would like to see more entertainment and recreational options for them in Commerce City. You know, staying physically fit was a challenge for many seniors. A lot of them noted that they wanted more opportunities and spaces to gather socially and interact with others. So if you go to the next slide, this is from the survey again. We asked people to please indicate how much you agree or disagree with the following statements. And that top statement is, I want better activities and events for seniors in Commerce City. And more than 70% were agreeing with that statement. So definitely a hunger for things to do. Leading into the next key finding, I'll just go, can you go back, Maria? Sorry. I'll just note that the second item there is I need better transportation options for getting around. And almost a third of seniors were agreeing with that statement. So now you can go to the next slide. Most seniors in Commerce City drive themselves as their primary mode of transportation. Other transportation options tend to be lacking. We found in the literature review that transportation can be really critical for seniors' overall quality of life and also their health, especially as they age. So if you go to the next slide, we asked directly in the survey, how do you usually get around your community for things like shopping, you know, running errands, etc. More than 80% were reporting that they drive themselves. Older seniors, so those 75 and older, were less likely to drive themselves. Hispanic seniors were also less likely to drive themselves. And then I included this quote. This was from one of our community leader interviews. But basically, they were talking about how challenging it can be to use some of the transportation options, especially if something happened quickly. So if you broke your ankle and you now need to get somewhere and you have, you know, a 2-week window where maybe you can't drive, it can be challenging to get reservations with some of these existing options to get to an appointment, etc. So if you go to the next slide. We heard multiple times that seniors need better ways of accessing information. I'll note that for our other work in this area, there are just a ton of different resources for seniors. There are federal programs, there are state programs, there are nonprofits, there are local community programs, and it is sometimes very overwhelming to understand what is out there and what you would qualify for. I will note that when we did this research, I believe the community navigator position had maybe just been filled. So that had probably not reached, you know, its full potential yet, but there's definitely a big need for getting information out there. So if you go to the next slide. In interviews, a lot of seniors mentioned the newsletter that they received from the city and how appreciative they were of it. So that definitely has been a strong way to reach them. However, there are a lot of seniors out there who, are tech savvy. They would like an email, but that's not true of everyone. So I think there's definitely some opportunities for reaching seniors using different modes. If you go to the next slide. And just to close out, the last key finding I wanted to highlight here is that throughout our research, we found that seniors with disabilities were facing more challenges than seniors without disabilities in Commerce City. So they were having more problems staying physically fit. They had bigger concerns about COVID still. They were, more concerned about finding specialty healthcare. And I guess I just note this because obviously as we age, we accumulate more disabilities. So sometimes focusing on a key demographic like this can open doors for all seniors. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Maria to talk about the prioritization work.
Okay, let's dig into the prioritization. Are we doing okay on time? Okay. All right. So this prioritization process can be broken down into 3 steps. So first, at an in-person summit that was held in September, almost a year ago now, it was hosted by the Senior Commission. We were there facilitating the conversation, and the goal of this summit was to review the needs of seniors in Commerce City. We went through all the stuff that Kate just presented to us, and from there, we were going to prioritize which needs needed to be addressed first. So during this session, everybody was super engaged. It was so great. Everybody had good questions. And then from those results, we had a list of issues that came out from the data, and we presented those to the people attending. And the group there tweaked them a little bit. And then they proceeded to individually prioritize those issues given our set criteria. So I'll show you on the next slide what that looks like. How many of you all were there? Just raise your hand. Awesome. Good to see you again.
No.
Okay, so then after everybody completed their individual evaluation, that was a survey on your phone, we compiled the results and showed this spreadsheet, and every issue had points allocated to it. And from there, we took the top 4 issues. And then the group discussed what those results were and any implications. Okay, so these were the results. Lots of stuff going on there. You can see on the left, those are the criteria that we use to evaluate the issues that are shown on the right at the top. And so you can see here that many of these have access, and that access was just shorthand for available and affordable. And maybe that's a bit easier to read, but you can see that the first issue that had the most points was senior center, and that was modified a bit from, oh, sorry.
Just a quick question. Sorry. On the last slide, is this like a range from 1 to 10 on each category that they picked from on the last slide?
Yeah, so it was so there was a list. Okay, so for each issue, we had this list of criteria, and so they had to evaluate what it was rated for each issue. So it wasn't out of 10, it was just like top 3 that they could pick. Yeah,
So the one that says vulnerable populations access to information, how did that get an 8? How are that, like, how does it? I was assuming it was like 1 to 10, that's why 10 being the severity.
for vulnerable populations.
Yeah. The very center one, I just picked the center, vulnerable populations and access to information where it says 8.
8. Like as the final score.
I know it's in the middle of it, the final score being 60.
Yeah, I think they were allocated, I'd have to go back and look at our code from the program, but I think they were allocated points based on their ranking. And so the greater number of points, the more important it was ranked by people across the board.
Yeah, and so for each criteria, they could only pick their top 3. So they went through for each criteria and then picked the top 3 issues. So that's why there's only like a set amount of points there. And so then that 8 was the number of times that they ranked that access to information on resources and community events for seniors. That was the number of points for the times that they ranked that as the top 3 using the criteria of vulnerable populations.
It's like 8 people instead.
Yes, I have to double check the points, but I think it was maybe 1. Because there weren't 8 people, there were 6 people. But yeah, it was, so if one person ranked it as their first, then it got more points than if they ranked it as their third. Yeah. Yes, it gets a little complicated with the math and the formulas behind it. But yes, this was the ranked score. So go back.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you can see for the senior center, that got the most points based on those criteria. So if you can see where it scored the most, like for example, for personal benefit, more people rated it as having more of a personal benefit compared to access to information on resources and community events for seniors, which nobody said that it would have that personal benefit, so they didn't rank it as their top 3 in that area. But yeah, so those were the top 4. Senior center, which was modified from amenities. It also included just other community places. And then second was access to fitness and exercise. And third, access to information on resources and community events for seniors. And then fourth, helping with senior poverty. So some key insights from that prioritization. So there was a lot of discussion on all the issues that could be addressed by building a second senior center. However, the group acknowledged that the timeline for that might be a bit long, a bit out in the future. There was talk of maybe having issues that were more short-term, issues that were more long-term. And then another key insight is that the group believed that many of those other issues, so we saw that those top 4 that I just showed you, but there was others. They thought that those others, for example, accessing healthcare, those home medical services, that those could be addressed by having better and more communication about the resources that are already out there, including those available at the state, those available at the county level. So if there's better communication and people are using those resources more, then that might justify, consideration in increasing investment for those resources. So even though that access to fitness and exercise ranked number 2 in that evaluation, the group agreed that it's an issue that could be addressed both by having a senior center, that more long-term solution, but also in the short term, improving that communications aspect, like in the previous key finding. And based on that criteria, you saw that senior poverty was one of the ones that had the points for urgency as on the higher end. So it was a more urgent need, and that should be an immediate issue that could be addressed. So with this mix of short and long-term priorities, it created this plan of what we could focus on in the short term, and then what we could be working on making progress towards in the long term, like building facilities. And so then you have a plan for the next several years. And that way, in the short term, those urgent needs like senior poverty can be addressed. So through that discussion, those final 3 issues that were prioritized by the senior commission were in the short term. Senior poverty, that's something that needs to be urgently addressed. For example, some things that they discussed were property taxes, fixed incomes and increasing cost of living, inflation, and then another short-term goal could be increasing access to information on resources and things going on in the community, things that people can easily access. And again, in the long term, the senior center, and that was viewed as a long-term umbrella solution for many of those other issues that we saw on that spreadsheet. And yeah.
Right, and council members have questions for Senator? Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. I guess I got a question. Kate, you had mentioned that there was over 600 plus that completed the survey. Is that correct?
Yes.
And out of the 600 plus, you mentioned you guys did a one-on-one with about 18 of them.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's what I'm gonna make sure that I understood correctly. On one of the slides I mentioned, I noticed that as far as like some of the needs, especially for the south side, it said 44% were none of the above. I can't remember which slide that was. Just out of curiosity, what were some of those that were outside of the none of the above category?
I'm sorry, what were some of the needs that seniors on the south side had?
Hold on one sec, I'll pull it up really quick. It's on slide
8.
8.
This one?
This one, yes. So on the far left, it says none of the above. 44% of south side said none of the above. I was just curious to know as far as what were some of those items? Or did they have an opportunity to address as far as what they specifically said were?
Yeah, so the items across the bottom are what were in the list. So they were entertainment, shopping, non-food, grocery and food shopping, a senior center or community center, specialty healthcare, dental care, affordable healthcare, and then we also had an other that people could fill in.
Okay. Question for Mr. Rogers. So obviously for snow removal, we have the Snow Angel program, right?
Yes.
One of the things that was mentioned, I noticed on the slide as well as far as handyman services, has the city ever like explored maybe an idea of potentially having something of that effect to assist senior citizens? Well, active adults?
It's hard to say, not in my time frame. I know it's something that's been brought up, most recently, and obviously, it's worth an evaluation, but we haven't fully explored it though.
Okay. The other one too is regarding transportation. I think it was back in either late of October, late of 22 or sometime in 23. There was some discussion around potentially having transportation available that might be within Commerce City, right? So obviously we have the ability to bring folks from on a bus to go from the rec centers, from the two various rec centers, right? Just wondering what's the exploration look like regarding potentially around the city?
So we've done some initial, review of that. Part of it was also talking about microtransit services and opportunities as part of the Bill C3 program. It is rather expensive to run a transit operation. I think some of our initial estimates were somewhere in the range of 3 million per year in order to run kind of a looping system that would connect various facilities of points of interest within our community. That being said, that's 3 million in partnership with working through some of the resources that you see in Denver that have over in Montbello with the Montbello connection. And I'm probably not doing the name justice for the service that's provided. That's been kind of a model for most municipalities, but that would be something very similar that we would consider here. But the cost of it, I'll call it the lack of resources that we have as far as staff, because that's more of a transit authority transit service. And that's not really what we're at this stage of the organization built to accomplish. Something to be able to strive for, but right now we don't have the fundamental building blocks to really move that forward.
Okay, that's all I can, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. The question I have, I have a comment and a couple questions. The first is the comment is around, it's good to see that mental health and support was not ranked higher. It seems like what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is there's a lot of access to mental health support for our seniors across the city, which I think that's a good thing. The other comment or question I have is around, you mentioned access to fitness and exercise. Was there a radius in terms of access to like a mile radius? Like would folks prefer within 2 miles, within 5 miles, or was that any data that was brought up?
One thing that immediately comes to mind is having a rec center in the north side, maybe, to help facilitate that. It's just like a bit further away from people that might use it in the north side. Is that something that came up in conversation? Do y'all remember?
I don't know. It's like, well, that's okay. I guess my question would be if there's data around having a senior facility, I get it, but is there a preferred radius that folks would prefer to say we consider having access to it? Because sometimes we say access, you could say you technically have access if it's 2 miles away, right?
Sure.
But is that the access you're looking at, right? Or is that what you prefer?
Yeah,
But I'm just
something
curious.
that we look at is like walkability.
Okay.
Kate, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, in our survey question, it didn't specify, right? It leaves it kind of up to you whether it's an issue. And I will say that you saw greater challenges in like staying physically fit. We saw that for seniors with disabilities. Granted, there can be a number of reasons for that, but if transportation is also an issue, something that is 10 miles away may be more challenging when you can't drive anymore, for example.
Okay, thank you. And just one more question. When you talked about news and newspaper, was there a preferred method or conversation about what's preferred? And I know I mentioned having what they call a newsletter, but a newspaper, people prefer hard papers or text messages or Facebook? Is there anything?
No. I don't know if you talk to many marketing people right now, but everyone is so different, and there are going to be seniors who would like, to receive an email, and some who still like a hard copy. I know that when we did this work, maybe it was the first time that the senior resource fair had been done, and a lot of people liked that or were sad that they hadn't heard about it because they liked the idea of, getting that information face to face. But no, there is no one single, I think, preferred way. Although I will say that in a lot of our work, most people will say email, but that's never going to reach everyone.
Thank you.
Some of the notes that I have here are maybe not so much about the type, whether it's like email or like a physical flyer, but places like the church bulletin board, the school newspaper. One thing that always comes to mind is WhatsApp. I think more people, especially in the Hispanic community, are using WhatsApp to get their news, connect with others.
I don't know if this is directed to the city manager around just next steps of this, because it would be helpful to have those specific recommendations so we could develop a strategy in the future on how to support more.
Yeah, so obviously with the needs assessment, that's the initial step for council to take what you heard as priorities, feedback, and create some policy guidance as to where you would like staff to explore, whether it's through budgetary practices and means of supporting some of the efforts. For an example, there's been discussion around being able to help age in place. There's different steps that organizations can take to establish different programs, like a Dignity Fund, which really looks at an annual appropriation to help age within a facility to be able to meet various needs and how to be able to provide those services, and do that on either an annual or every 2 year, every 3 or every 4 year kind of appropriation that then ties back in with updated senior needs assessments. Now, once again, that's for organizations that are a little bit more, and I'll call it sophisticated in this approach and establishment. So this is new territory for us as a city. So, right, there's a lot of things that are coming out of this that I'll be looking to you all for my team to be able to take back and to further explore into some of the details to be able to gain some clear direction based on recommendations.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon?
I kind of need more information on this one too. For the short term, it says senior poverty urgently needs to be addressed, but for most of the data, it doesn't address that directly. So it doesn't talk about what was the income base for most of this housing, or what was the housing income base, what was the affordable housing spaces. And then when it's needing resources, is that access to education too for a senior center too? As though kind of just to be mindful about how we're addressing the poverty issue, because that's such a cumulative issue. And then was questions like that asked, continuing education, do you have access to jobs or just transitions out of maybe the field you're already at? That type of thing. Is there a way that we can do like a follow-up event to kind of get a little bit more into these short-term goals? Because I see a lot of the leadership aspect in the narrative setting for it, but I don't see how we get toward knowing exactly where we can help fit those needs, not just for a building, but for certain programming so that we can actually kind of apply to. So how did you base the senior poverty urgently needs to be addressed? Where was that?
Yeah, so that was a part of so you see here, it was the points, and it was based on that criteria, specifically it scored highest in momentum, something that could that we already have stuff going on, it can be easy to get going. So stuff like that, and then during that prioritization session, there was also stakeholder will. So for stuff like that, there was higher points. And then during that discussion, they came to that conclusion that that was something that was could be worked on in the short term because of those scorings there and that urgency. That was the discussion in the room. So that's how we came to that conclusion. Anything to add from the survey, Kate?
Well, I mean, I showed the data point. I think that was from the census data that there's just a higher percentage of older seniors in Commerce City relative to some of the surrounding area. But, you know, some of the context of our conversation that we had at the prioritization session, you know, we were just coming off of some crazy inflation. And so there was a lot of discussion about what that means when you're on a fixed income. I think there was some talk about property taxes and if you're a senior who's moved to Commerce City, how would that work if you hadn't lived in your home for 10 years, et cetera. So I think for a number of reasons, it just was a topic of interest for the group. And there were some key data points that suggested it was something that seniors were concerned about.
That's such a huge equity issue that I wonder if we can dive into it in a way that we can, I don't want to re-traumatize constantly asking community such in-depth questions, but at the same time, we need to know where they're needed in a way to address, because I feel that this is also the same issues that are going on with the senior population. It's also almost the same exact thing with the youth population. And I feel that a lot of that could correlate in a way that when we're asking for resources, that might be job listings, that might be a number of other things that get access to education, if I most obvious one, but it could be housing vouchers. So I guess to cumulatively look at that as an equity issue, since that's, to me, it's so alarming for the short term that there's senior poverty that we need to address today. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to put some things, three things into context. There is an active adult center at Eagle Point Recreation Center. So seniors in the South are aware of that, and they are aware of that in the North as well. But there isn't one in the North. That is where it had been occurring. So on the survey results, that there wasn't a need for that in the South. That was a lower number for South respondents versus respondents in the North who said they wanted a senior center. So that was where some of the difference came from there. The newsletter that they were referring to in the comment is Parks, Recreation, and Golf newsletter that comes out monthly, not the city newsletter. So that reference was about trips or going to the symphony or that kind of thing. That's where you learn about it. The problem is that that newsletter is sign up only. So if you're not at Eagle Point Recreation Center or you don't come to the Senior Resource Fair, you may not know there is a newsletter you can sign up for. There is no way to sign up for it otherwise. And that's where all the information is for seniors, right? There is no outreach to seniors. We may have, I don't know how many seniors live in Commerce City, but there is an outreach to seniors. So people don't know about it. So they wouldn't know about the snow program. They wouldn't know about modifications to the home that maybe CBDG money could help with that kind of thing, unless they're looking at the Parks, Recreation, and Golf, but that's generally focused on activities that emanate from the Active Adult Center at Eagle Point. The aspect of the exercise also is that there just aren't enough classes for seniors. enough instructors. So people are sent away because there isn't enough room for them in the class. And also, when it comes to transportation, that is certainly something that we could look at with grants. I talked to the head of DRCOG about that, about having an electric vehicle that went around Commerce City. For a while, there was a bus that on Wednesdays that went between the two recreation centers. But that is a service no longer offered, I don't think. But there wasn't a particular reason for people to use it on Wednesdays alone as opposed to any other day of the week. So I don't know how utilized that was. We didn't get a report on it. I think the important thing to remember about this is that this assessment was finished at the end of last year. And I was aware of that and really wanted us as a city council to know that this assessment was out there and that there were results in the assessment that we needed to think about regarding the seniors in our community. So I'm glad it's gotten to this point and that it's here now. There was, Jim Tolbert mentioned at the beginning that the chair of the senior commission was going to speak as well. And so there must be a place for Carly Plummer to do so. And she can certainly expand on or correct anything that I might have said.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Again, I'm Carly Plummer. I'm the chair of the Senior Commission. And thank you for being on this slide. Thank you, Corona Insights as well. And just so you know, when this prioritization was done, it was a very detailed process relative to specific criteria. So as each item came up, we had to weigh it against specific criteria in order to weight it as a prioritization. So it was a pretty complex process that took us the whole time to do, but we made it through. So thank you. I do just want to reiterate, yes, the priority that came up as number one. Guess what? Everything on here is a priority for seniors. And it's hard to pull out one over another, but you have to have some method. Corona brought us that method, and that's what we utilized in order to come up with these results. Number one is a standalone senior center. And I'll talk on that again briefly after I go over some other information. But we see that as a long-term solution. However, long-term solutions don't happen unless you start now planning for them. It's not something that's just going to show up in 10 years if we didn't start 10 years earlier by putting it into the process, starting to put it into the budget, looking at locations and other things for it to happen. It is a large solution to many of these up there. Is it an end all be all? No, there is not one. Our second, I'm sorry, I only have my phone for my notes. Our second is the fitness and exercise. Fits right into the long term, and in the short term, more classes, more access to the senior centers. I know someone asked about transportation. We have senior homes near Eagle Point, and many of them can't attend our classes because they have no transportation. Now, we've tried to bring in transportation vendors such as VIA and give them their options, but they're not easy options to work with for many of them. One may be able to go, but two can't go together. So it is kind of, transportation is a bigger underlying issue. So even if they're close to the senior center, like Madonna and Kearney Plaza and what's our third one? That one. They still may not, many of them can't get here to partake of the classes or to use the classes. Sometimes the sidewalks, they can't get out to go to Walmart. So, I mean, that's another issue. Number three is senior poverty. You know what? That's a short-term, a mid-term, and a long-term issue. It's not going away, guys. With the way I'm feeling the crunch this year, every time I put gas in the car, go to the grocery store, it's not going away. So we need to find a short-term, mid-term, and long-term solution specifically for the seniors. And I'll emphasize a little bit more on why. And as far as the gathering and the events and the communication, you know, that's one of our primary focuses as a senior commission. That's one that we can hit the ground running on, which we do, providing the lunch and learns and the senior resource fair, and we'll continue to do. But again, we're a volunteer group and organization. We do a few things, right? This is a year-long problem and we're not getting to all of the seniors that need to be reached. Just like she mentioned, many of them don't even know how. They don't read the social ads, which I share on Facebook everywhere, but and they don't get the newsletter on the move because they're not signed up. The next thing I'd like to share with you, and thank you for your patience and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to give you some data, and I apologize in advance. This timeline, I didn't make it to either put up a slide or to send you the document that I'm going to refer to. However, it is available by request from our city liaison. I'm going to refer to a Dr. Cog presentation that was given to us, the Senior Commission. And there are some statistics I'm going to pull from that, and I'm going to have to read them. In 2021, 28% of Colorado's population was 60 or older. That's 1.6 million people. That's more than 1 out of 4. That's a lot. That's what is today. We're going to talk about what's tomorrow. In between 1990 and 2021, Adams County was one of 9 counties that had the largest growth in 60 plus population, approximately 50,000 people. In our area of Adams County, it's between 19 and 24% are 60 or older. So 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 of the people in your own neighborhoods, right? And I don't have Commerce City specific statistics. I would love to find them if there's a way to get them, but I don't. This next one is an eye opener for me. In 2021, Adams County had over 85,000 seniors with a forecasted growth of 60.6% within 20 years. That's 60.6% within 20 years, which would take them to approximately 138,000 people. Some additional highlights from that presentation are over half of statewide household growth by 2030. We're almost at 2025. By 2030 will be Coloradans over 65. Most of whom are aging in place if they can afford to, right? Poverty is an issue. And I'm sorry, I think I skipped poverty on there, but the 65 plus population is growing over 7 times faster than the under 65. That's 99% versus 13% in the statistics that they have in their presentation. 7 times faster. If we're already, if we're forecasted to go up 60%, and I know Commerce City is in Adams County, but we're a pretty good slice of it, right? And most forecasted households growth will be among older adults and households without children. So we all know how many more schools we need because of the new homes we're building that are bringing in families. So just think how exponentially the growth is still going to be in those that are without children. So whether we're looking at projections for 2030, 2040, or 2050, one thing's clear, the senior population of Commerce City is growing. As their needs increase, we must begin the planning process to ensure we can meet those future demands. And when we talk about a standalone senior center, as a Commerce City resident, am very proud that we have 2 great rec centers. Eagle Point, after the renovation, is very nice with its active adult, and Bison Ridge, when they built that, was just amazing. However, with the 60.6% growth, we're going to outgrow those fairly quickly. There we have a senior activity center. They already cap out on their classes. At the north, we've carved out a little room. Thank you, we love it, but it's not going to be enough. The classes aren't going to be enough. In addition, the city is growing. Look at the new housing that's still coming into the city. So by pulling into a single source, and I get the logistics, right? I live on the north, I travel to the south. We all understand the logistics of a single source. But having that gives us the opportunity to not have to duplicate resources in the north and then duplicate them again in the south. And try to, you want to go to this class, you got to drive here or take a bus between the two. Like, just eliminate that. Plus, and then accommodate future needs. We could do meals, we could do medical. There's just so many opportunities for us to partner with nonprofit providers if we had a senior center dedicated to this growing senior community and their livelihoods and their health and their socialization and the things that they need. And then that opens up those centers to at least be maximized for the general population that are non-seniors, because they're going to grow as well in those same areas. So that's what I have. If you have any questions,
Thank you.
I'd be happy to take them.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah.
All right,
I
thank you.
recently
Oh, yes.
attended that senior fair, resource fair, and I thought that you guys did a good job of putting it together.
Thank you.
And there were a lot of resources there, but I was very disappointed in the amount of people that showed up. And I was kind of wondering, what would it cost us to send out a newsletter just to seniors only?
It's our hardest
Did you
part
look into
is
that or?
the communication. How do we communicate to the seniors? For one, you have the seniors that the seniors that need these resources most don't even know we have the fair to
Right.
come find
Well, that's what I'm
out.
saying. So
Right.
what about sending out a newsletter?
news-
Just to seniors only,
Kind of like
to let them
yeah.
know the fair's coming up. and-
If there's a way we could get a mailing list of who is registered as a senior, maybe those that use the senior tax exemption and those that don't, I mean, voter rolls. I'm a real estate agent. Guess what? I find out a lot of stuff. So I'm sure that you guys have access to who's a senior in the city of Commerce City.
Right.
Maybe they can find out about the tax benefit if they don't even know it.
But
They can find out about the Brothers weatherization program, the paint-a-thon, the snow angel folks that come help remove your snow. Those things that are available as resources that our most hurting population doesn't even know are available to them. But that's our goal of our senior resource fair. We're not there to sell to them. We're there to help them.
But we gotta get their attention to help them.
We've got to get them to it.
Yes, we do. We all
Yeah.
do.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that's the only thing I can think of is just actually mail it to their house, because
Great idea.
you're not gonna catch the old seniors on the computers
No,
and or
on
iPhone.
smartphones.
No, so, I mean, but if they receive a letter, they may read it. Once they see it's from Commerce City, they may not. But.
We would
I mean,
love
just
to
any
discuss that
government,
with
I mean,
somebody in the
just
city.
A lot of people it's trash or junk mail
Absolutely.
when they see stuff like that, but there's a few that.
In the lunch and learns, we share valuable information, but it's, even if we have 90 people, it's 90 out of 85,000 in Adams County, of
But
which
just the
we have
resources,
20,000.
yeah, the
so-
resources that you had at the fair were great.
Right.
But, I mean, there's just so many people that don't know about them.
It's true.
And because they didn't go, they weren't informed, because they don't have a computer and they don't.
But I have some champions now, right? We have some champions in this room.
But,
All right.
I would like to see a program put together showing seniors on how they could save money. And there's a lot of people's got a lot of different ideas and stuff, because inflation's here and it's not going away. It's only gonna get worse. You know, I went to Arby's across town yesterday. You have to spend $4.35 for a 16 ounce of Sprite.
Crazy.
I thought,
Yeah,
well,
even
that-
finding out who still does senior discounts and
Yeah.
letting every senior know to use them, right?
But yeah, that's the last time they get me on that one. I'll guarantee you, I won't be back. You know, but I mean, get me once, but you won't get me twice. But I mean, when I grew up at home, we didn't get a can of soda pop except for on special occasions like family reunions. And I mean, we made Kool-Aid, and you can make it as sweet as you want. It's Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a whole bunch of different ways to save money, and it's not as good as the stuff you pay big money for, but if you can survive.
And that's what we strive for, to get them practical solutions that you know, we're not trying to reach for the stars. We want the low hanging fruit that they can enjoy and benefit from. So it's really to benefit them.
That's all I have.
Anything else?
Councilmember Kim?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job, Carly.
So I heard property taxes, right? So property taxes obviously always been a huge debate, and obviously, you know, where our assessed values went up exponentially, and I don't think it's ever gonna go down until something happens, which I don't know what that something should be. You know, so there's so many issues around that. Mr. Rogers, I have a question. I know we talked about the senior center before, but in the north, I thought do we have one?
We do.
We
It's
do.
actually open, it's been open.
It's a room.
Still nonetheless, we have senior center, it's open at Bison Ridge. We're currently in the process of doing a formal grand opening that will occur in the fall, which means after we change out some furniture, change out some paint. But for all intents and purposes, right now, we do have a senior center where our 55 and up could be able to gather and to just come together.
Okay, and then I heard about like, as far as like different areas for activities for, you know, gym activity and stuff like that. I know we talked about this before, pocket gyms. I mean, potentially in certain neighborhoods, is that, I mean, maybe there's maybe an exploration around that. Obviously, we're talking about maybe future growth. I mean, putting something out there within some of the communities. I don't know if that might be worth the discussion or.
And I think you all have had a high level discussion around that. And particularly with the Parks Rec Golf Master Plan that was just most recently adopted, was talk about some of the growing needs that blend in a lot of the aspects from this assessment into those future kind of facilities, pocket parks, urban areas, things that kind of just not talk to the subject tonight around our active adults and our seniors, but also to our youth. So I would say as we continue to take the implementing steps of the PRG master plan, which will also then to some extent be reflected in our land development code as potential amenities that can be both public or private or a hybrid thereof. And as part of the continuing discussion around our own CIP projects over the course of the next 5 to 10 years, that's where I think an opportunity is available to really think about how to advance some of those thoughts.
And then the other I remember there was a transportation between both rec centers. It was occurring, I remember, I believe it was 4 times a week
No,
in the beginning. But I don't know what can you clarify, please, as far as what the stats were on that and the uses?
Yeah, so that was a one day a week, but that was predominantly for our youth to be able to get to different facilities from north to south, south to north. What we do have is a community transit program that partners with Adams County, I believe Thornton and a couple others, Federal Heights, which allows for us to have them be able to call in and have our senior citizens picked up to be taken to our various programs and various facilities. We pay about 20,000 into that on an annual basis. The struggles that we have right now is that they're short staffed. So the ability to be able to call that service, to be able to have them come pick up, we're relying upon their staffing. And if they're understaffed, then quite frankly, then we've got a gap in service to be provided to our residents. But that's the primary service that we've been using the last 3 or 4 years, but also what we continue to use because it's what's been helping us to this point. They've done about on average countywide, haven't looked at our numbers, but 21,000 trips a year in the senior community. But once again, I don't know what percentage we make of that. That's Commerce City with utilizing that service.
Going back to the senior center, I just want to make sure. So you said it's technically open, right? But I mean, what's in there now then?
As of right
What
now.
resources or anything that's in there now?
So it used to be the technology center at
Right.
Bison Ridge. We began after hearing some comments from the previous city council, we started exploring what could we do to provide a resource up north. So given that we've got limited facilities and we were seeing that the technology room was being underutilized, we wanted to repurpose the existing infrastructure within that room simply to be able to give our seniors a space to convene. We understood that there needed to be some steps taken in addressing things of comfort, access, and knowing that there's a kitchen already there at Bison Ridge. It just seemed as a great transition piece in the interim while we start thinking about things long term and where we continue to grow as a city. In that, it takes process to be able to kind of go through the FF&E procurement and being able to transition and being able to do the work, but we didn't want to hold that up. So we opened the space with a sign making that aware of that transition from the tech center to the senior center.
Councilmember Kim, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jukes.
I don't know if this is a question for City Manager Rogers or Senior Commission Chair, but I would love to just piggyback on Councilmember Teeter's point around hard copy or flyers that go out to the community, and maybe working with Travis and their team to see what's the estimated cost for that. I know flyers are expensive, right? But I'd love to just get a ballpark if we're able to do 2 a year. And thinking through, they don't have to be a big, it doesn't have to be a big newsletter, but thinking about like some type of either postcard or something that gives information out directly to our senior community. Is that a question for you? Is that something that?
That's something that we can, obviously, that's something that my staff and I would obviously take the lead on, but I think we'd want to do that in collaboration and partnership with the senior commission.
Okay.
Because once again, there are certain things that if we want to highlight and capture on that, they're gonna have a little bit more boots on the ground here to the pavement that we can then dovetail into it. I can't say what the cost is today, and I can't say what databases we have, but I think it's something that, it's worth exploring and being able to get back to the council on what we may have available or the next step so that we can know what's available and what the cost is.
And my initial thought is this like a bulletin, like a small postcard or whatever, but that's just initial thinking, but thinking through the costs, what's the most cost efficient? I think something smaller at first, but I'd love for y'all to work with the city to think through what, and having it twice a year, one time out isn't effective in terms of communication. Having multiple points would be helpful. So I'd love if you guys can work with the city to think about the cost for this.
Yes.
Thank you. Dirk, will come over.
Thanks. Mr. Rogers, do we have knowledge of all of the seniors in Commerce City?
I think I just answered that, but at this stage, I don't believe so, ma'am. Like I said, we have to do a little bit more research on that. I think we've been able to have some touch points based on senior commission resource fair activities that we've had, independently with our departments. I'd be remiss to say that that represents the total makeup of our senior community or a significant portion, but we'd have to undertake something, really get a good grasp on where that demographic lies.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful in terms of what Ms. Plummer was talking about, is to know what our baseline is this year, how many seniors we have, so that we can calculate it as the years go on. But we also then will have not just registered voters, because we are going to have seniors who may not be citizens, and so they aren't voters. So we'll have those folks as well. So it will be identifying seniors in Commerce City. I don't know if the census has been of assistance, but in order to get information so that when we're giving information that we can get it out to everyone. The city does give a discount on property taxes to homeowners who are of a certain age. And I don't know if you do you identify them initially in order to send the first letter? Or do they have to know that's something the city offers in order to pursue it?
I think it's been a blend of both. I think if there's connection points that we have in existing communications, signed up for certain newsletters, right? There's certain information that we have that we can be a little bit more targeted. But at the same time, you know, a lot of the things that you referenced as that we're offering, we're also pushing it through our other social media platforms, digital media platforms, our other, right, our Commerce City Connected. So we've got a broad touch base, but we're not necessarily tracking everything that's coming from that broad touch base, whether it's race, gender, ethnicity, age. It's what we're seeing as a result of who's coming and crossing that threshold for that resource fair, and then taking that tracking aspect and then applying it. But I think if we want to be a little bit more strategic to your point, I think we have to just kind of go back to maybe the whiteboard and kind of think about how we can get some initial data to establish that baseline and to think about how to create some greater access, whether it's in writing, whether it's on digital platforms, so that we don't leave anyone behind inadvertently.
And I do think it would be really helpful, I believe we've talked about this before, is to work more closely with the schools, especially Adams 14. There are so many students whose, the seniors in the family speak only Spanish, for example. And so their, young people act as the interpreters. Any information then, and the school principals have said this would be fine, Dr. Luria said this would be fine, that if we feed our information through the schools, they'll pump that information out to the families, and then the kids can let the grandparents know that something is available. Last year, in fact, at the Senior Resource Fair at Adams 14 High School, there were more families that attended, and I think there may have been more of a connection because of holding it at Adams 14. That sort of relationship made that possible. But we think outside the box on how we're going to access and have outreach for our seniors and know who they are and where they are, I think will be really helpful in the long run.
Thank you. I want to thank our senior commission for doing all the work you guys have done. And just to highlight, we do have resources up north. We should look at working with 27J because elementary schools that are neighborhoods, they're not being used in the summertime. And it'd be a great place for seniors to go. It'd be close. They have gyms there. They can use those gyms for activities. We have the fire district and water district. They put out information. We always put out information every month with the thought of water district, fire district. Let's see if they could do the same for us. And, this would be great information at the beginning of the year because especially our legislators going into session, and something we can advocate for our seniors. And, in the county, I think we need to start working with the county when it comes to those years that they're doing assessments. So we can tell them, as far as population data, that, the percentage that you're gonna have on property tax increase is gonna hurt our senior population, and really fight that because they don't hear enough from the municipalities or even from residents, because residents don't know as far as the process. And that really would help future homeowners or homesteads out, and maybe even do a freeze on homestead for our seniors, because if you think about it, how many people actually live in cities around Colorado? Not very many other people moving in and out. So the ones who are, they call them homesteads, but we call them pioneers. They've been here longer than 10 years. They really should have a freeze on their property tax, because when they sell their home, the new property owners, they can be subject to the new tax. So there's not going to be a great loss there. But I want to thank you guys for coming in. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, next is PRG Buffalo Run Clubhouse update. I invite Chad Rainey. Chad.
And bring everybody in, sir.
Two slides.
It's like nothing.
So, hit the second to last box, oh, over. So not close out, oh, go one,
Oh, which way?
keep going up.
Up.
To the right,
Auditor,
to the right, to the right, to the right,
honest?
pop it, no,
No, no,
no,
no.
there you go, yep,
There you go.
ah. Go to third bottom from the plus magnifier right there. And hit full screen mode.
Still got my glasses with me. There we go. Thanks, sir.
There we go.
We're waiting for a couple people. I should have, yes, I should have. Are they readers? Yeah. Thanks, sir. Do I look like you with them all?
You're not that good.
They're not gonna do me any good. Thank you.
We can make that happen. We can make that happen.
Are you waiting or? Yeah. Ready? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. We are back tonight to talk about the Buffalo Run Clubhouse budget update. Just a brief review for you guys. If you recall, on May 20th, we had the business meeting that we discussed the direction to go out for rebid. During that process, we talked about eliminating the maintenance campus and from the bid and then going out to rebid without that maintenance campus. Originally, our shortfall, just for discussion for you to remember, was $3.722 million was our original shortfall from the budget that we had. We went out for requests for bids. It published on June 7th and it closed July 2nd. We did a site walk on June 13th. We had 28 companies attend that site walk, and then through the process, we got 3 formal bids that were received through the process. Those 3 bids you can see on here. Pinkard was the original contractor that we had on board, just recall for that. Our 3 new bids that we had was A.D. Miller, Mark Young, and Oak. For those, and the numbers that we're showing you is the total construction budget. We just really wanted to talk about the bottom line numbers tonight. So that's what we're showing you guys. And again, the project budget that we have is $13.677 million. So you can see with the adjusted numbers of Pinkard of what they gave us, taking out the maintenance campus and the other 3 formal bids that we received, we still have a shortfall in our budget that you can see below. Pinkard still being short at just under $3.2 million. A.D. Miller at $4.4 million, Mark Young at 2.2, almost 2.25, and Oak at $2.175 million. So looking at that, let's talk about that a little bit of what we have with our options. When we talk about option 1, continuing with Pinkard, Pinkard is a guaranteed maximum price of what they've given us. Kind of talking what that means, basically, we brought Pinkard on early into this project to help us with design. Through that process of helping us with design, they help us with cost-saving measures and what we can save in the construction of it. That guaranteed maximum price that they give us basically means that as we go through the process, it minimizes our risk to the city. Their price might be higher initially that we see, but they're not going to come back with work orders during the process and say, hey, we need money to fix this in the project. We need money for that. Also, with working with a guaranteed maximum price provider contractor, at the end of the day, whatever money is not spent,
through the project, the city retains that money throughout the budget. It does not go to Pinker. The city maintains that money, whatever's left over that's not spent. When we talk about option 2 and the hard bid companies, a hard bid company basically takes bid off the drawings that we gave them, which are 50% drawings, which is where we're at right now with the project and our drawings. So they take those drawings, they give us a bid of what they see in the drawing. So anything that changes in the drawings from here on out, those contractors then could come back to us on the price that they gave us through work orders and say, hey, during this remodel, we opened up X wall and saw that we have an issue with wiring, with studs. That wasn't part of the drawing, so we're now going to charge you on top of the price for that. So keep that in mind when you look at these prices right here, that with A.D. Miller, Mark Young, and Oak, that those are hard bids, and they could come back and charge us more during the process of construction for that. Now, what we tried to do as staff, because I don't want to have to come back and ask you guys for more money, if we choose to go with Mark Young, Oak, or A.D. Miller. In that total construction budget, we did add a contingency in there to try to help with that work order process when they come back and say, hey, we're gonna need money for X, Y, and Z. And that, right, is going to happen, especially with the remodel. So we did add some contingency in those 3 to hopefully make up for that difference. Now, we can't guarantee that we're going to have all the money to make up for that, because in a remodel, there's a lot of unknowns with that. But we try to be conservative with those numbers and come in with that. So keep that in mind too, as you look at that. So the option 2 would be to certainly go with one of those hard bid companies. And if we were to do that, I'd also recommend that we do an interview process to select the one that we feel would be appropriate for this project.
Councilmember Dukes.
Sorry, just before we move on, can you go back to the hard numbers really quick and just level setting for clarification for everyone that explain where these dollars are at and where they come from. And there's a limited amount of uses you can use for these dollars. Can you explain that really quick? Just how these funds or why these funds can only be used towards this project? Can you kind of explain that?
Can you clear that for me, why the funds can only be used towards this project?
Because these are park and rec funds, correct?
For this project? No.
So,
Just the context.
yeah, so point of clarification, what you find here, the majority of those dollars come from a unaudited sales and use tax audit that was then transferred by action of council from our general fund into the CIP program, specifically for the restoration and rehabilitation of and expansion of the golf course. So they're not tied to a particular source like what you may find either with use of lottery tax dollars or a Parks and Rec impact fee. It's simple appropriation by ordinance that could be changed by a similar action by council, given that that's what was the initiating function of.
So my understanding is these funds were moved by ordinance a couple of years ago, right? By council to create this fund for the refurbishment and the update of the golf course clubhouse.
Correct.
Right? And so then early on you came and we talked about the deficit, which was 3 million. And we came back as a council, said we could do better. And that's where this number is today. Correct. Right? Just want to level set so we're all on the same page again before we talk to the different options. Correct.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's see, so questions. When this went out to bid again, and the council asked for it to go out to bid again, Mayor Douglas and myself were in Las Vegas at the time at the retail conference. Did the council ask for a breakdown, for example, what if the pavilion wasn't enlarged and there wasn't a roof deck? How did that affect things? Or was it just a rebid in general?
Yeah. So, recognizing the Mayor Pro Tem, as you rightly stated, you were not here. The conversation actually took place in an executive session. So in order to protect that privileged conversation, and the direction that this body gave city manager, my recommendation would be to have that conversation in an executive session to protect that confidentiality. So what we could do if it were up, it's up to the body, but you could make a motion to enter an executive session now to discuss both what took place in that executive session and also to get clarification on what city manager's office did as a reaction to that direction that was given.
Okay, that would actually be useful. And the other question was, I had been under the impression that maybe the maintenance buildings weren't going to be part of this bid. When the city council set the 13.6 million, it wasn't for maintenance buildings, it was strictly for the restaurant and upgrading all that area. So whatever you're doing for maintenance buildings has to come out of some other fund. It doesn't come out of what we voted on.
So the initial actual dollar amount that this project started with, which was around 8.75, and then incrementally increased over a couple or handful of council meetings back in 2022, actually had the maintenance campus in the original proposal.
It did.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy, I guess we weren't completely cognizant of that fact. The understanding is that it was an upgrade to the restaurant and then the rooftop was added later. Which wasn't part of the original, and that is not part of the executive discussion conversation. This was all done publicly.
Correct.
So there would be reference for it.
Yes, I believe it was the April study session in 2022 where PRG staff made a presentation that outlined improvements to the dining area, improvements to the kitchen, improvements to the maintenance, and potentially improvements to the patio. Subsequently coming back today, there were two ordinances that were put on for discussion between the council. One, which was to approve that basic proposal that was brought in April with a 20% contingency, which brought it up to 10 million, or a potential option of discussing potentially a rooftop bar and patio, whether it's on the existing patio or building itself, which brought the total dollar amount to about 12.5. And that was the two written ordinances that were presented to council. In that discussion, an additional 1.5 was added for the allowance of an elevator, which brings you to that 13.6 number that we have today.
The rooftop wasn't added until after the vote on 112th and Chambers because of concern about a view. So initially it was the restaurant. So initially it was the 8.7 you made reference to?
So April was 8.7. We came back to you in May as council that had two ordinances. 10.2, which was for everything that was the 8.7 minus a rooftop patio. So we then had a second ordinance, which was for 12.2 and some change for including a rooftop bar and patio. The council approved the second ordinance plus an amendment to that ordinance to include an additional 1.5 million for an elevator.
Okay, then the 3.2 million or 4.4 million or 2.2 million or 2.2 million is what?
So
What would that be for?
that's 2 days cost and what we understand from those four bidders, what they could build the facility for. As what Chad was stating earlier, 3 of the 4 are hard bids, which means there is a chance, depending upon change orders or discovery of additional deficiencies or other issues that may increase the cost from that 18, 15.9, 15.8 higher. What is a negotiated guaranteed price is what you see there with Pinker.
Mayor Pro Tem,
So,
time's up.
oh, okay, thank you. Wait, we weren't timing it before.
Yep. Please, Ben, keep that. So go to a motion to executive session.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can make a motion. If you would make a motion, my recommendation would be that the body is making a motion to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-64024E for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, or to instruct negotiators as it relates to the Commerce City Golf Course Clubhouse.
That's a motion, with a second.
I'll move that.
First and that's what, your second? Sure. All right, first and a second. All right, we're now in,
In discussion.
well, we're gonna
In executive session.
clear the room.
I think there's
Yeah, go ahead.
discussion.
Discussion before we vote, right? The reason I can't support executive session, because I feel like this is a conversation we've had around when the dollar amounts, how the dollar amounts, and as we talked about efficiencies and our goal as a council, it's important for us that these are, and also we're talking about questions we should ask before like our meeting, so I can't support executive session to rehash things we kind of talked through already.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm calling for an executive session because it's nearly $20 million that we're being asked to expend, and I would like to at least have some familiarity with what the parameters were that the city council decided upon when this was let for bid again. I think I have an obligation to my constituents in Ward 4 to at least be demonstrating the fiduciary responsibility.
Councilmember Kim?
So I just want to give the history on this, right? So I saw on October 25th, 2022, City Council provided a briefing on the Buffalo Road Golf Course. At that time, Z Design Group was hired to engage in a study on the feasibility and options for the clubhouse improvements since it was built in 1996. The objectives of the clubhouse expansion study was 1, expand the restaurant dining area to accommodate seating for an additional 120 patrons for indoor use. 2 event function rooms that can open together and provide a seating of total of 60 people, kitchen expansion to group services, break room for staff, provide office for food and beverage manager, add catering pantry, and restrooms, add restrooms at the existing golf pavilion, and provide options for openable glass panels at the existing golf pavilion. Additionally, the maintenance facility was included in that study, which added new equipment storage, add more soil bins, expand chemical storage, provide parking, et cetera. I'm going to keep going on, but that estimate at that time was $8.757 million. What was included in that cost was a clubhouse and maintenance facility. What was included in the cost with the clubhouse and maintenance facility was general construction, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and professional fees, expenses. Other owners' costs, but not limited to security, audio, technology, temporary operating spaces, and contingencies. At the time, the cost was updated based on the current market conditions, with build out happening in a year. I do remember former Mayor Huseman had mentioned, quote, "Every day you do not lock in a general contractor, the cost will rise." Then the golf course expansion came back, was then added to the May 23, 2022 regular meeting. Under 2 ordinances, as Mr. Rogers mentioned, ordinance 2397 to transfer 10.6 million from the unencumbered fund balance in general fund to this CIP. And then the other one was the ordinance 2401 was approved as seated to transfer 12.077 million from the unencumbered fund balance to the CIPP. Without contingency, the cost was about 8 million. With contingency, it was now 10.6 million. During the meeting, it was mentioned, staff heard from council about the view and was able to find a cost-effective solution that would incorporate a rooftop terrace around 1.4. Keep in mind, there was only 1 council member at that time who mentioned it. Kind of moving forward as far as what my action was. Actually, the action was made by Councilmember Grimes and Councilmember Madera to amend the ordinance to include an acquisition. Councilmember Madera, seconded by Grimes, that this ordinance to be introduced as council as seated and approved on first reading. with an amendment to include amount not to exceed 1.5 for the inclusion of an elevator as part of the renovation. So now the total becomes 13.6 million at that time. Then there was a golf course meeting, I think is what it was, and there were some comments there, but again, that was not an official meeting. No formal action was taken. And I believe the direction that I had put in was to direct staff to move forward with the expansion of Bison Grill by Buffalo Run Golf Course, with the exception of including anything from the September 14, 2023 unofficial meeting that included the bar wait station, fireplace, covered seating, and solar mentioned within the presentation we received on April 22nd of this year. And of course, in addition, and if necessary, allow staff to provide a reappropriation ordinance to council for consideration if additional funding is needed. But I know there was additional clarification that Mr. Rogers had mentioned at that time, and I don't remember what those were. Sorry, I got 5 minutes, so that is all.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, along those lines, from my understanding, we approved the 13.6, is that correct? So the only thing we're talking about tonight is the difference, which is the bottom numbers, which is the deficit, is that correct?
Yep.
And I'm not opposed to having an executive session just to talk about some of the things that we can or can't pull out of the plan to be able to make it work with the funding that has been approved. Because I know there are a lot of other things in this city that we also need, like whether it be more cops or ways to get seniors to and from location. I mean, there's a lot of things that we need. I'm not opposed to upgrading the clubhouse, but I want to see, is there a way that we could tighten our belt a little bit on this project? Because it just went from 9 million to now, you're looking at 16 to 18 million. And I think we have to spread some of the dollars out across this city. It's just my opinion.
Any council members have discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
On the cost at the golf course, how much was the drainage that we did at the golf course? How much was that drainage program?
The projects that we've done over the last 2 to 3 years, Paul, what's been the total amount we've expended?
Including the irrigation or just the drainage?
I think you can't have one without the other, so please.
So about 5.5.
How much?
5.5.
5.5? Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I'd like to go into executive session, but I agree to go to second session. My understanding was that when this was supposed to go out to bid, was to also give the choice to council to say, okay, you could take this out and then have this instead, I'll kind of repurpose things. But just to put it for rebid, it's just almost like the trash company asking for a new bid. Yeah, the numbers are gonna go up. And that's not what I thought, but what the intent was at all. So I did ask for finals because I'm gonna have the last word. And so let's go into executive session.
Do we have,
We'll get take a vote. That's my board.
I'm fine.
Councilman Dukes?
No.
Councilman Kim?
Yes.
Yes.
Tim? Good. All right, I'm a yes as well.
I'm just.
So we stay.
We stay.
Oh, we stay?
Yeah, we stay.
he's trying to figure out.
Yeah. No, that's
All of them. Minutes. Yeah.
Go in the other room?
No, I'm not leaving. Pay attention.
Okay, we have to turn.
Oh, yeah, we
Right.
Mayor, what I was gonna say is with that.
You guys should.
Around 10 or what? Speaking in the architecture. Is it on cost?
Derby Downtown District and Jim Tolbert. We're on deck again. Oh,
We're doing,
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry, James.
Don't leave.
Yes.
Paul?
No, just give
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I just want to make sure that's, yeah.
Good catch.
Okay, now we're gonna see about next steps on the PRG full run golf course update. What does council want to do to direct staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I would like to, ask staff to return with, a scaled down version that, really elevates Bison Grill and, makes it a destination, but without all of the extras, so we can bring this back into what's already been budgeted.
If I may ask, Mayor Pro Tem, what I'm hearing from you is, what you put out there for discussion, as opposed to an expansion and structural renovation to the golf course clubhouse. You're looking for what can we do as a refresher to the golf course that may help improve the aesthetics and the internal functions to support operations.
Not entirely. If it has to be expanded in order to accommodate the kitchen, then that matters. But otherwise, it's the refurbishment of the building to become a destination for the residents of Commerce City.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Teeter.
It's not just the kitchen. Last time I was out there playing golf, it was raining and the kitchen was, or the dining room area, they had buckets out there catching the rainwater to keep it off the carpet. So it's a bigger issue than just the kitchen. So it is roof damage. And it's a big expense. But that's something that needs to be done to stop the water, the roof from leaking for sure. We can't hold off on that.
You know, Councilmember Biggs.
You know, looking at the different costs, and I appreciate the staff going out and getting different bids based on our direction, during our previous conversations. I don't think I wouldn't recommend moving forward with another bid in October. I think that we, as council, and this predates me, as we all know, they had intentional discussions around the need for improvement, the need for the kitchen to be repaired, the need for a number of things. And with my approval or with my vote, we said we'll scale it down absent the maintenance costs. What I see the maintenance bill, when I see in those three different proposals, it shows absent the maintenance costs. And my big concern is that the cost it would take to start this process over, even if it is picking and choosing pieces for, just being obvious, we working with schematics, there's gonna be a new cost when we have to start picking and choosing maybe a menu option. That's gonna cost us more. And I'll just be consistent with what I said before, that time is money, cost is money. It costs us a lot of money, and it's costing our staff at the golf course. I mean, I hear a lot of stories around, you can't book weddings right now. We pushed out golf fundraisers, right? There's a lot of folks that can't even do that right now. We keep pushing it out. We run into 2 seasons of no income versus just one. And then that includes our staff there it's all based on tips and revenue. The last piece is just after doing a tour of the facility, it is clear that we are behind. When we have a world-renowned chef, now we have 2. One guy's from Charleston, France, right? Came in, He's here, chose to be here as a part of our city, and we're asking them to cook while cater next to a fridge with no elbow room. In addition to, there's a office that is staffing 3 managers, plus it's a locker room, plus it's a break room for our employees. Again, this predates me, and it was intentional discussions about how the money is gonna be spent. And the longer we continue to kick this can down the road, I worry and I'm concerned that it's gonna cost us more, and it's hurting the bottom line of our residents in Ward 3 and 4. Bottom line meaning their livelihood, because they have to receive tips and their service industry.
Councilmember Chacon?
I don't think we could justify this time spending 18 million to 20 million ultimately on anything in the north without addressing the issues that are going on in the south. That is what inequity looks like. I do think that we should just prioritize to bring it into ADA compliance, to address the kitchen issues, to address the immediate maintenance problems. But I think the last council, and we need to come to terms with that, was overly ambitious to do an entire remodeling at this time. So I think it should be the costs that you come back with next time that are still within compliance with the original budget, and what we can do now with at least salvaging what we have left of not just the maintenance, but yeah, refurbishing it, making it more appealing. It's not just that you put a pretty picture on it. That requires sometimes a whole PR campaign team or something else in the future as well too. That's gonna be more money, especially if we're gonna be an organization operating like a restaurant. So I can see even more costs going in the future if that's the case. But the immediate needs should be met, especially to be in compliance so that, yeah, if we're gonna say it's open to all community and yet half of our community, if you're in a wheelchair, can't even go, we're not really opening it to anything. So I would just kind of focus on what we can do now to salvage the situation that we're in. But there's no way we can continue to justify, especially in the north and in those wards, that amount of money. So I feel that we can go back and discuss this with the smaller budget.
Any other council members? Councilmember Kim?
It's truly a struggle. I get it. You know, from the original 8, adding on the risk on top of it too, which was another 1.5 or something like that. Forgot what it was. And then, you know, even hearing Mayor Huseman's comment at the time, former mayor, you know, the longer you wait on locking down a contractor, the higher the cost will be. But I also get the understanding as far as the inequities as well, as far as the South, we've got issues down there too. There's tons of issues in the law. So, to Councilwoman Chacon's point, you know, regarding I always use the phrase, putting lipstick on a pig, right? That's, you know, that's the way I look at it. If there's ways we could do that, and potentially come back in a quote unquote phased approach, I use that term loosely, for future down the road, what we can, you know, do. I would prefer that approach. Let's look at the priority stuff that needs to be done, like today. Obviously, kitchen is a problem, right? The leakage issues that's out there as well at you know, in the dining area too. I think those are some of the main areas. I mean, I would leave that up to the staff to determine as far as what is a priority. But to keep it within the original budget amount, if that's doable.
Councilmember Ford?
I would agree with Councilmember Kim. Kitchen has to be redone. So the place needs improved. You gotta paint it, it needs carpet. There's a lot of things that it needs. We need to do that for our residents and for the employees that are there. But with the previous council, we were in that $13 million is what was approved. I'd like to see as much of what we asked you to do to get done within that 13-something million dollars. And the longer we wait, I worry about, the more expensive things gets. So I don't want to be flushing tax dollars down the toilet by prolonging this further than we have to. So I want to make sure that we get to a final decision on this in October. And I'm saying that just not for the staff, but for the whole council here. We can't keep dragging this out. We're just hemorrhaging money right now. We have to get to an agreement and move forward, whether it's do it, not do it, or do part of it.
Thank you. Any other council members? Well, I like to say, as far as renovation of existing building, outside facade and all that could be done. I'm not a contractor, but I would like to see what can be done with $4 million, $5 million, $8 million, not $13 million. Because we have to be realistic and look, we just had the senior commission give us an update on the needs of our seniors, and that's growing. And there's other projects that we could do that could help everyone out. And just like I said, those are our concerns when previous administration does something and moves forward, and then it's in our hands. Had this been already proved and then we're looking at shut things down, that'd be a different story. But it didn't go that, the ball did not go across the goal line, okay? Timeout. So I appreciate that. And that's hard because I've heard from community members, even people who live there, what the needs are. And I agree with them. But we have to look at our budget. We're growing. We had a lot of employees and there's a lot of things that are being done. So, and that's my comment. Everybody had an opportunity to talk, and I'm sure you can take back what I just said and what everybody else did, and come back and let us know, because we can save this project in a way where it really is acceptable by all. Okay, so I appreciate you guys.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll give them some time to clear out there, and then Derby Downtown District.
Good right now. My protein's still high right now.
That's big.
I know, I just thought.
Take care of your jacket.
All right, Jim, anytime you're ready, you can go ahead and go.
All righty, thank you, Mayor. Council, excuse me just a second, get organized. Want to talk a little bit tonight about Derby Downtown District. As you know, we're without a URA director right now, but we had scheduled this report, and right now we're handling the URA, which Derby is included, with a team approach while we're recruiting a new URA director. And we've got Jason Dennison and his team and economic development that are helping with it. And we've got Jared and his community development team doing parts of it. And so we're all trying to pull together. We got finance helping us, and got a lot of people involved trying to make sure we keep the ship running for the next little bit. So tonight, just wanted to talk some about, make sure we all are kind of current on the history of the Derby District, current planning and the status of adopted plans, revitalization efforts, economic development efforts, community relations, and the appearance of the space, of the public spaces, and talk a little bit about your thoughts and guidance as we move forward. Derby's one of the original railroad small town communities since 1889, developed rapidly between the 40s and 50s due to its proximity to the airport and the arsenal. 62 merged with Commerce Town to create Commerce City. And most of the buildings were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that are located in the core commercial area. Derby's got a lot of plans and a lot of things that to overseeing the way that things work there, but there's the master plan and there's the PUD that was created. There's an urban renewal plan, there are design guidelines and standards. Then there's the Derby Review Board to coordinate those things. There's a catalyst fund to help out with economic development projects, very small projects, and then a lighting and signage plan that were the most recent things done. The Derby Master Plan was adopted in 2007. Since then, it's had a few minor amendments, but it's been pretty much the same thing for 17 years. And the amendments were intended to better meet the needs of the downtown by ensuring that the PUD zone document is clear and consistent. The attempt is to reestablish Derby as a destination, enhance its visibility and identity, revitalize Derby, hopefully it will become an environmental model, and then transforming Derby into a healthy and multimodal traffic environment. Those are the goals of the plan. The design guidelines, again, were also adopted in 2007 and used 1950s era as a unifying architectural foundation. It was thought that that era is right in the middle of when it was developing, and it would be more appropriate for that to be the guidance that we have. The catalyst funds were designed to encourage business and property owners to update their facades, signage, and landscaping. It's funded through the tax increment financing funds, and the review board may approve catalyst funds for 50% of a final project cost up to $25,000 per applicant annually. Again, these funds have been used for a variety of projects. Over the last 5 years, staff has approved $150,045.64, but only $52,000 have been dispersed for various reasons. Projects not happening, not following through. Over 10 years, staff approved $208,876.25, and a little over $158,000 has been dispersed. So fairly consistent amount of funding approved for that program. What's been happening from an economic development standpoint, there's been a formal partnership with Adelante Community Development to host small business and entrepreneurship training classes at the Small Business Center. They've hosted 28 classes, a total of 365 participants. Just recently implemented a pilot program with the police department to establish the Derby Cop Shop, which will include crime prevention unit team members that will be located inside the Small Business Resource Center. There's partnership going on with the police department to host the National Night Out kickoff event at Joe Riley Park and designate the Derby area as a participant in Project 365, which is a unique component of the National Night Out, intending to designate a particular problem area to focus on correcting problems over the next 365 days within those areas. Also, in conjunction with the Cultural Council, this first Hispanic Heritage Celebration was held last September. Staff is working with the Cultural Council and Derby stakeholders to host the event again in September. Economic development, community development, and community well-being are in collaboration to create a business toolkit on homelessness, which I have to hand it to Jason Dennison for finding an example there to help our business owners with giving them guidance on how to deal with homeless that are impacting them, how to approach them, how to try to work in a way to get improve the homelessness situation. There's also an application that's been prepared or being prepared to USDA for a grant to launch a farmers market that we set up there. And then the community response team regularly patrols and goes through that area. Community response team is a team of most of the city departments that work together, go out every other week, ride areas, and jointly work on trying to attack problems and find solutions. And they've been really working on concentrating on the core city, but particularly on Derby. Public appearance issues, the 72nd place at Monaco Street intersection This is, the project here is intended to reconstruct the intersection for more durable paving, lighting enhancements, improved drainage and better landscaping. Goal is to provide sustainable infrastructure that enhances the plan, but also is sustainable. Existing brick pavers would be used in the water quality landscaped area. Intersection be upgraded to handle the types of traffic that's traveling through it daily while keeping it as aesthetically appealing. And then decorative poles and lighting add safety while illuminating the area and intending to maybe be able to block it off for events, to have community events there. Based on the conceptual design analysis, there was $552,000 budgeted for the project. That included the entryway sign. It was a Highway 2 at East 72nd. Design plans are nearing completion for the intersection. That work is ongoing. When they got into it, they realized there was a lot more needed in the way of irrigation and electrical than originally anticipated, and more improvements to the road. Because of the condition to complete the project, there's another $525,000 estimated that's needed to complete the funding for it. During the CRT tour most recently, you can see the things that were identified, a lot of vegetation and landscaping work that needs to be completed. Parks maintenance has been working on trying to enhance and improve and really concentrate on that area to get the weeds out, tend to landscape areas. The brick pavers, streets is again continuing to make temporary repairs to the pavers. Street sweeping is being enhanced. And then the team connected with business owners to talk about their property maintenance, and also dealt with homeless population that was out in the area during the time of the trip. One of the unique ideas that the team is working on is on the street signs, putting up QR codes for the Access C3, so that there's signs there that somebody that sees a problem can go to the QR code and immediately get access to Access C3 and report problems, so we get more time-sensitive reporting. What we'd like to do in the future, we have funding available in the TIF. There's right now 1.4 billion available that we can use to put into projects in the area. We think it's important to go ahead and complete that 72nd place in Monaco street improvement project to get that looking good. It's the focal point. And again, that would need 525,000. It's been proposed that we look at, are there critical pieces of property or infrastructure that are sitting that we might be able to purchase, repurpose for development. Again, infrastructure improvements that might directly relate to business support. Looking for opportunities for restaurants to have patios for existing restaurants that are shared spaces where they can actually have outdoor dining. Enhancing our facade improvement signage program with the Catalyst Fund is a reimbursement. Sometimes for small projects, coming up with that initial 10,000 is very difficult. And so there are a lot of communities that use that type of program where you partner, you provide guarantees the work will be done, but they don't have to come up and front the money. They can bring theirs to the table towards the backside. And then we look at public art to enhance that area. Again, we want to enhance the cleanup. A year and a half ago, we hired a contractor to really get into Derby and do more than our public works crews can. We think that might be an opportunity. And again, working on other things, business support funds, getting more aggressive with business grants, targeted placemaking efforts to consider a festival event gathering space, consider space support for artists and residents programs. We think we need to update the design guidelines, and we need to update the master plan, which we would like to do the master plan in-house, but working with you and the Derby Review Board, but also updating the design guidelines. We might need to spend a few dollars to hire the graphics people that would help us do that. But we think those are two things that are overdue. I've heard a lot through my staff from the Derby Review Board that the design guidelines are out of date. They they're concerned that they focus on a mid-century modern that may not be the most appropriate for the culture and the developments there. So we might want to take a look at that. So, interested, a couple of questions, but, should we would you like a study session with the Derby Review Board, talk about these issues? What do you think about engaging with business owners, and are you supportive of the projects that we're talking about moving forward with?
And there's a third question. Most of what you're hearing tonight around use of funding isn't under the control of council, it's under the control of the URA board. So in that sense, you'd have to give recommendations back to the URA board or recommendation for the URA board to consider from a funding mechanism for opportunities.
Councilmember Dukes, then Councilmember Ford, and Councilmember Chico.
Just a quick question around the business and the unhoused tips guide you put together. Is that something that's successful for us to look through? Or can we receive like some update? I don't want to say training, but I love when business owners come out and reach to us. It'll be great to have those tips.
Mhm.
The other part of it is something I think about. Okay.
Yeah, we can provide you the one pager that we'll send out to the business community out there so that you have that as a resource to be able to speak from as well.
And are you able to send that out? Do you feel comfortable sending out to other places like the chambers or like Maria Gonzalez organization that, so they have like those tips as well? Is that what you think?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
It's gonna be for all business in the community, not just here.
Okay.
Just here's a real need.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Years ago, growing up in Commerce City, that was the place to go. Bowling alleys, there's a lot to do in Derby. Some of the struggles that we've had in the past, one, is all the power lines are above ground, trying to get that undergrounded. I didn't see any of that on there, but undergrounding the utilities. One of the biggest problems is most of the parking lots are owned by the city. And because the parking lots are owned by the city, the business owners are faced with, they can't try to keep some of the homeless people off of their property because it's city property. And so they end up with getting tires slashed. And I mean, when I go into Derby, I get a lot of complaints. The last one, biggest one, was the city park, which is Joe Riley Park. Donut shop had their, I don't know what it is, their 100-year or whatever. It was a big deal that they had a while back. They told me that, people are urinating in that park and it stinks, and there was people wanting to take and get their donuts and go over to the park, and they're worried about the negative fallout from that. But I'd love to see it rejuvenated. One of the worst things that we did years ago, I wasn't on the council at the time, but they did the brick pavers. None of that was ever there growing up as a kid. They did the brick pavers, and we have roads in America that were built by brick, hundreds of years ago that are still withholding. These bricks are falling apart. There's chunks, there's pieces missing. And so all of that effort, it seems like it just kind of died off. We brought in Dana Crawford to do a big Derby piece. I mean, I like the one new addition I like is the sign that went up. People see that and they're like, oh, hey, look, we got a new sign. But trying to reinvigorate Derby, and I know some of those businesses are still just closed down. Vacant buildings, the old auto parts store, Commerce City Auto, has been closed, I don't know for how many years. It'd be great to engage with that property owner, see if there's something that we could do to help. This is Jason Denison, I should be pointing at you. Get somebody in there that's gonna drive some entertainment or something. Commerce City doesn't have any entertainment. We need an entertainment venue. If there's something that we could do in Derby to create and foster some entertainment. We heard that again with the senior commission tonight. Some form of entertainment, if we could get something to fill in some of the holes that we've had in our community, and they're holes we've been trying to fill for many years. We don't, we have some space available. Derby's a great place to get some entertainment into. That's where the bowling alley used to be. The other is over there by the Klein Water Treatment Plant on the property that Cronky owns. And we get an entertainment district going. I know that's outside of Derby, but, yeah, I'm open to all kinds of options for Derby. But right now, we have the grocery store. We have the funeral home. And, you know, they're fairly new businesses to speak of. And the grocery store does a lot of business for a lot of people that are in a position that they have to walk there, and it's an affordable place to shop. And the manager told me, he said he hates it because his tires have been slashed. You know, he tries to get people to move along. It's, how do we reinvigorate Derby? Because we tried. That's why we had Dana Crawford come in, and it seems like we did the URA. You know, we need a plan, and we need to get some improvements going in Derby. And so I'm glad you brought this up tonight. And yes, I'm open to bringing it to a joint session with the Derby Review Board and ask the business owners what's gonna help their businesses and help us to help them. We need to have that discussion. So I'm all on board with that.
Yeah, and Councilmember Chacon.
Recently I was on the Mile High Sports Radio last Tuesday, 98.1, and it's a radio show that's on from 5 to 6 called Denver Foodies. And everybody and their mama knew Derby Tire. It's just been there so long that it was funny. We just happened to be talking about Commerce City and we brought it in there like, oh, is Derby Tire still there? Because everybody still goes and gets their tire fixed there for $50. It's highlighting those businesses, honestly. It's kind of revamping those businesses that have been there so long. These were all Northsiders that they still remember that kind of space. Those almost become like little hallmarks to Colorado or little hallmarks to Commerce City. I guess working within, I don't want to say a historical plaque, but something that highlights that kind of hallmark is what's going to still keep it within the Denver area, I think is going to be incredibly important. And I know that Steve Diorisio, so the county commissioner, I think we should call him on it. He's told me several times. He's also been wanting to either with a trail system or some type of renaming system or something in that space that can get more people feeling comfortable to walk in that space. I know that there's houseless relatives. I know that there's issues going on there. So how can we, with the local community, kind of not just the police and not just the business owners, but the actual community kind of clean up that community? We did a campaign at Chicano Park while I was there in San Diego that it was a huge houseless relatives there, but not by the hundreds, underneath the bridge there. So we worked with the local community that at certain times they would have outreach to help with the houseless relatives, but there wasn't a way that they could actually stay there. And it was actual local community members every day that came and swept those streets, that came and swept those sidewalks, that came and cleaned up the space too. So how can we not just with the business owners, but with the local community start actually, it is the senior commission that might be able to go there in the morning and do something in that time. And working with the commissions that we have too, to maybe working with programs that can like just revamp that space and then highlight just the cultural, historical significance of certain parts of Commerce City that I think Derby is unique to. And it's kind of the few spaces and pockets in Denver that still happens. So I'm really wanting to engage with more business owners, especially local small business, so they don't get displaced for kind of their significance to Derby, but also calling out the county of how would they be willing to work with us with walking spaces, making it a walkable space. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I am really excited about the ideas that you have and the direction it's going. Derby has needed to be activated for so long, and it would be such a wonderful opportunity. The Hispanic Heritage Month event really demonstrated what can happen when there's something going on that attracts everyone to the streets. Is it possible to close any of the streets for walkability and so on?
There's always opportunity. It just has to be assessed and analyzed with the larger network.
Okay.
But it's not unforeseen to be able to think about how to do such. It just has to be coordinated.
Right. So on a were permanent basis because the streets were closed for Hispanic Heritage Month for the concerts in the middle of the street, which was really wonderful. A maker's market might be something to think about also, in addition to the farmer's market. I'm sure there's a lot of talented creators down there. Also, I was just in Fort Collins last weekend, and Jason Dennison will be familiar with this, having worked in Old Town. But that is such a great area. And I posted a photo I took on my Facebook page and I said, could this be Derby? And it was kids, it was, you know, the water stuff coming out of the street. How that happened? What is that called?
Splash pad.
There you go, splash pad. And kids were having the most wonderful time. We just sat there and watched them for an hour and a half. And of course, a band stage, a permanent band stage, so that there's things that can go on. Certainly when you populate an area, next thing you know, people sort of scatter from that area if there's a lot of people walking around and doing things. I had the great honor of knowing Dana Crawford for a long while, and she is quite the visionary, of course, but I can see now why it's important also to reflect the culture in the South as opposed to the 50s Goonies style. I think she was making a shot at that. And I was told that she had actually wanted to buy a lot of property down there herself in order to make the project happen, but she was resistant because she was an outsider and people were afraid that maybe she was going to come in and take advantage of people. But we know what she managed to do on in downtown Denver as well by buying up some of their property. So her heart was always in the right place on this kind of thing. But we've certainly evolved, and I'm really excited about the potential. And when I become a URA person again, whenever that meeting's held, I'll vote to expend the money for this. So no problem. Oh, and about this, yes, having a study session with the Derby Review Board would be great. I agree with Councilmember Chacon, engagement with the business owners, but also people who live in the area some way also. And what was your third?
Third was, what do you want for staff to bring back to the Urban Renewal Board for recommendations on expanding the funds? I think one thing to add on to that, as a part of that, you've got 1.4 sitting in the bank as far as in the URA TIF dollars. On an annual basis, we're adding about 256,000 in TIF revenue year over year, so 256. However, we only have 10 years left before that TIF clock runs out, unless there's an establishment of a new TIF district, which is a whole nother conversation for a whole nother night. But right now, functionally, we have 10 years left before those funds are once again put back into the various taxing agencies and the city. So
it would be good to activate the Yellow Rose space. You know, it's wonderful to have events in there and things, but to have a space that big that is dead most of the time really detracts from the area when it's not lit up, when it's not activated, when people aren't there being entertained. It's a good place for your entertainment location.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I think we need to look at, the main thing we need to look at is infrastructure. As far as undergrounding the wires, that's something that should be a priority. The bricks, it was a good idea on making it look nostalgic for back in the time, but the reason they used bricks back in the old days is because they didn't have concrete. I mean, concrete lasts. You put concrete down and it's gonna stay there. When the big trucks roll into town, and that's what happened to the bricks. That one big truck come to town, probably wasn't supposed to be there, just made a left turn and the bricks were all gone. Been messed up ever since. You know, so we need something and it's gonna happen again. There's gonna be some dumb so-and-so trucker out there is lost and it's, when he rounds the corner, he's gonna tear down some posts and stuff. And we need to design it for that so that it can be repaired because it's gonna happen again.
Oh, sorry.
And back to Sean's idea, it's bringing some entertainment there, maybe your small business plan that Councilmember Dukes is bringing up can help out with that and get something going. That would sure be nice, but another big problem nobody's talking about is crime. High-Low Market Center just called me and asked me to come down and see their videotapes of their last armed robbery that went on. And then he says, you're not gonna believe it, but I didn't have a chance to get there this weekend, but I plan on being there tomorrow. But and they would like to know what is going on right now with the people that committed the crimes. Are they being prosecuted, or are they just being sent back to Mexico, or what's going on? They wanna know.
Councilmember Teeter, do you want to answer those questions?
Yeah.
So crime and health and safety. So we know.
Yes, I'm ready for a joint study session.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Mr. Tolbert, just want to make sure I'm clear on this too, regarding on the slides, on slide 16 and 17, the C72nd place and slide 15 and 16, you were looking at 552K plus an additional 525K to be transferred over for regarding this is the project that we are trying to attempt to move forward with potentially through the URA?
Right.
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, sounds good. I think, and then you had touched on it a little bit, and I'm part of the Derby Review Board as well, but can you expand a little bit more on as far as some of the drawing concerns, like the design concerns that you mentioned?
Well, I think, we have the plan and then we have design guidelines. And the design guidelines, we can help develop, but we need some graphic help in illustrating those. That we don't have the expertise on staff to do, but anytime you do design guidelines, you need to show examples of what it is you're trying to achieve. The first thing is we need to do the plan and work with the design guidelines and with the community to decide what it is that we want to achieve.
Was there any heartburns or were there any questions or comments regarding the I guess the use of 1950s architectural design still, or maybe potentially looking at revitalizing that to maybe make it more of 21st century, versus the 50s?
The comments that I've heard, and again, I have staff that,
Correct.
when I was community development director that was attending the Derby Review Boards. And they said that what the consistent comment was out of the review board at that time was, we're concerned that we're pushing mid-century modern design, and that's not really where the community from a cultural standpoint wants to go.
Right.
And so they felt like we needed to back off and take another look at those.
That's, I'm in agreement with that too. I think we're trying to bring something back from the 50s and to what today's standards are, or not standards, but what today's culture or whatever you want to call it, right? That is today. I think it definitely needs to be looked at. Regarding your questions, obviously the Council and Derby Review Board, I think that does make sense to me as well. Also with engagement with business owners. But
Okay, so everybody's gone around once. Before I go to the second round, I want to add something in there. Can we go to page 5? Or slide 5, sorry.
Which ones, what's the title of it?
Oh, it's planning and guidance sub-area makeup. Next slide, right there. So in this area here, this triangle, what area does the city own as far as property?
I'm sorry?
What area of this map does the city own as far as property besides Joe Raleigh Park?
Parking lots.
The parking lots are public rights of way, so obviously we have control of that. There is obviously the corner in which the sign is located. We have a condominiumized building where the Small Business Resource Center is. Everything else that you see there is private in nature. Once again, like you said, Joe Raleigh Park is the other, I'll call it real estate assets that we hold.
Okay, thank you. With that, and we own the parking lots, what about expanding Joe Raleigh Park and taking out, because there's a tree on the corner, and then there's like, just to kind of block it off there, make the park bigger. And maybe do an ice skating rink in the wintertime and then inline in the summertime. Put ballers out there in the street, so great protection, either they're manual or automatic. And then, do immense artwork throughout the facility as well, because you can light that up with festivals and everything. Digital lighting.
I would say it's obviously a consideration, it's something that we can take into account. I mean, obviously, the next item that we're talking about is the CIP.
Yeah.
In that, I'll just say it now, and I'll probably reiterate it in the next meeting is, right, we've got active on deck Horizon projects. There's only so much money and there's only so much staffing resources that we can throw across those three quite large buckets of things that we want to accomplish for our community. That if you want something like that with Joe Raleigh, because there's not enough funds in our TIF funds, and we don't have enough timeline because of what we have left in our TIF clock to go out and to receive a favorable bond rating, to go out and get a competitive bond to actually have a much larger impact from infrastructure. So it's going to be a reliance upon the city. In that, something would have to fall off of one of those three buckets of projects if you want to take something like this on. Just from a dose of realism, right? Can't do everything, can't be everywhere. So we'd have to be targeted in how to approach that.
Thank you. Councilman Dukes.
I think just to add, Mayor, I think that the opportunity to update the plan and do a new plan is where we address all those ideas. And then we work together to come up with how can we fund and what can we fund with the resources we have. But I think those are all ideas that can be considered in a plan that are consistent with what everybody's discussed.
Sure. Councilmember Dukes, then Councilmember Chacon.
I just want to make sure I answered the last two questions. Can you go back to those questions? So I'm okay. The first question in terms of meeting with the Derby Review Board, I'm okay with having that discussion, but we have to have a clear why and outcome, right? It's one thing to have a general conversation about what it could be versus like, let's talk about where we want to go together. And that's also one of my frustrations with Derby is like, you looked at the first slide, we have so many review plans and such where our community needs this gathering space and we need to be, I've been talking to City Manager Rogers about the brick for like, maybe, I think even before I got elected, I'm like, what we're gonna do with this brick, it's not fault in your end, but it's like, that's a constant reminder of just, this gap. And I didn't realize it was after the fact of trying to make it a more historic place. But leads my next point in terms of is, as we talk about, I'd love to see that space on the diamond actually become a green space. If we have an opportunity to make it, if we get rid of the brick, and we think about trees and green space, so it's a gathering space, if that's something that's possible. As far as a sense of urgency, what's needed for urgency? Meaning like as a URA board, we've been talking, or the board has been talking about consistent times. And that's the opportunity to provide funding and direction, and we haven't had that. Is that something that we need to think about as urgency, so we have a consistent meeting space? Or they have a consistent meeting space as board?
It's a piece of it, but much larger, what is the strategic focus that the URA board wants to accomplish? And that sets the tone, the regularity, the frequency, the consistency of meetings is an outcome to a much bigger discussion about what do you all as a URA, if putting on a different hat, I would ask the question, what does the URA board want to accomplish, just not with Derby, but broad spectrum? Because Derby is the most immediate representation of potential opportunities and leveraging TIF dollars in revitalizing and removing barriers of blight and barriers of redevelopment. But you want to think about that application in a larger sense that can give consistent and clear direction to the URA staff on how to go about implementing.
Just for the sake of time, I want to just add my last point, if that's okay. I just a level of frustration because I see URA being used like over in North Clinton where they're able to have a brewery that's created out of the old Bed Bath and Beyond, but they're using URA funding with local fundings and county funding to actually create these gathering spaces that our communities truly deserve. And so if it's a sense of urgency, I'm gonna urge the URA board to say, let's really sit down and create a direction for this, so we don't have as it pits the south versus the north. I mean, we just experienced that with this golf course renovation, where we don't have anything that's a shining tool in the south yet, right? And so this is a big product of us not having a vision for URA and how to use these funds in an urgent manner, and I wanna make sure we do that. So if we meet with the board, it's for the purpose of how this improves our strategy. We engage with businesses. I want to know how this improves our strategy to help small businesses, which is the heart of Commerce City. It's the heart of a lot of our cities and across the nation. And we can uniquely position ourselves as a city to like be small business friendly, just not for now, but really for the future. And that's going to attract a lot of people to be here. So I just wanted to share that. So I'm on board with that with those points in mind.
Councilmember Chacon and then Councilmember Ford.
I want to piggyback a little bit off that too, so that when we aren't wasting time, honestly, in discussions, I do think the URA and the Derby board should be that precise, whether it's public health and safety, infrastructure, and then there's immediate ones, small business, and then community engagement to kind of protect the space. I am curious, since we own the parking lots, it sounds like for most of it, can we use those spaces as small music venues or as food truck things or things to actually start bringing in community? I legitimately saw Jet in a parking lot in Austin. Like you can actually have pop-up stages like that. And Music Underground, Denver Music Underground is next week. They do music for the past 2 weeks. It's been all over. Raíces is one of the spaces that they're looking at. And they always go to the same breweries. Prost, I think they're also looking at, is another music venue coming up pretty soon. So kind of engaging with the community that's already there because they're constantly looking for something in the summertime. And then since it is for small business owners, food trucks are those small businesses as well. So how can we bring in those kind of businesses to just kind of get more people in the space? Oh, Derby suddenly become for Denver a food truck spot for industry. Like that can be where we can use what we have.
Yeah, that's a comment that's been broached since we've had the initial economic development strategic plan discussion, even during the planning retreat. And JD and his team are moving forward, and it requires a process, right? Unfortunately, that's just the way of bureaucracy. We have to go through the process, it has to go through a request for bids or qualifications. So we're trying to navigate that currently. And I don't have an update from him lately, but it's just something that we've been trying to figure out how to be able to advance. Because if we're gonna do it, we've talked about not just doing it for Derby, but doing it for other parking lot or underutilized city assets. And as such, we have to be strategic in making sure that we're not setting ourselves up for failure. So, but it is something that's on our radar, something that economic development team is working through, and Jim has a index finger pointing at me saying he's got something to say, so.
Yeah, I hadn't updated city manager lately, but with the Lee's office, working with Alex, is finishing up guidelines and ordinance that we can bring back to council. So we hopefully in the next very short order, we'll have that done. We're getting close. We've been looking at best practices around and putting that together. Lee's got a staff member who's working with us on that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
You know, in the past, one of the biggest problems has been the city saying, let's do this, and the business owners not having buy-in. And so it's really important that we meet with the review board, talk to the businesses and say, hey, we gotta work together to make this thing work right. Growing up, one of the biggest events in the city was always Derby Days. In Derby Days, they would block off the streets. They would bring in carnival rides and stages, and they would have bands, and it was a weekend-long celebration, just like a lot of these small towns, LaSalle Days, Milliken Days. I mean, all these small towns have a weekend that they promote their community. They bring in vendors and do all of that. Well, ours was Derby Days. free vaccinations for your pets. I mean, there was all kinds of booths and things that happened that went on. I know Maria Gonzalez owns a lot of the businesses in Derby.
Don't take.
And, no, I don't want to do the don't take anymore. You know what, we'll put Bullock in the don't take.
I
But,
second that.
you know, I think stuff like Derby Days doesn't take a lot of money to do. You reach out, you bring in vendors, you bring in some bands, you have a big weekend and you really promote Derby. All the businesses in Derby benefit from that. People are going to be, you know, getting donuts in the morning. They're gonna be shopping there was always some resources. They bring in resource trailers to help with people that needed different resources in the area. But it just kind of has died over the last like 10 years, maybe 8 years. And it's been flat. And we really need to have some events in the Derby area. And I don't know as though it has to be a Derby Days, but something to have a community gathering, bands, services. Derby Days always had a big farmer's market. You know, it was always in that time of year, harvest time, and people could come and buy sackfuls of vegetables or fruits and different things. It'd be great to see that sense of community coming back and you know, those business owners aren't gonna organize that. It's something that we have to try to come up with a plan to say, okay, reinvent Derby Days in the sense of bringing community back into that area and reinvigorating some of those businesses that are there.
Can you talk about the Winter Festival too, with the Christmas trees outside and?
Yeah, we did the Winter Festival there every year as well. And Derby was just that place in town where you went. There was an ice cream place in Derby when I was a kid, the bowling alley, the snack basket, which was on the corner. They'd fold up this outside walls. There were stools that you'd sit on. They'd hand you the greasy hamburger in a basket outside. And it was just a place where people walked around and enjoyed themselves. But unfortunately, a lot of those businesses are closed. And you go down there today, you know, most of the buildings, you have a few open and you have multiple closed. It'd be nice to come up with a plan to try to reinvigorate empty buildings. But in the meantime, we should at least try to get, Maria was, when she worked for the city, she was a big piece of the Derby Days. Try to get some of that focus back. And now a lot of the businesses in Derby have become more Hispanic culture type businesses. And Maria is a big advocate, owns a lot of the properties. She'd be a great person to reach out to. I don't know if she's on the review board, but she's a good person that would remember some of those aspects. But bring in local bands like our Music in the Park. That was a big weekend type of thing in Derby. And you know, it's something that you have to get buy-in from the businesses, but I think we could get it back if we have that conversation and try to bring people back there for those type of things. That's just my thought on it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Both Thornton and North Glen have food truck festivals, and so does Colorado Springs, Denver. Maybe there's a company that organizes these or something that makes it really simple. That would be worth exploring also. And by the way, there is an ice cream store in Derby, and
There
there's
was, I think it
also.
moved out, didn't it? Yeah, the one that was across from Derby, from the donut shop?
No, it wasn't across, it's next door.
There's a new one called La Mir Chicana.
Okay,
Yeah.
cause there was one across the street.
Yeah, and then next door to the ice cream store is a candy store. So there's businesses down there. It's worth going down there.
That is true.
You can buy all your soccer uniforms down there. You can do a lot of different stuff. It's a fun place to go. Oh, yeah, good for you to know.
We usually.
Mr. Zarzaki, our soccer player.
I just like my kid to get his.
Anyway, yeah, we have, so everybody's excited about Derby, that's for sure.
Your staff clear on next directions?
Great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one real question, because I don't want to leave this out there. When would you like us to have that joint? What is the consensus around having a joint meeting with the Derby Reboard? Is it this winter, early spring, or early fall, or early winter, excuse me, yeah. End of this year, beginning of next year.
Hey, we'll go around Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, if you're gonna have Winterfest, you probably ought to do it before winter.
That's what I'm looking for.
Winterfest, I have, yeah,
Councilmember Dukes.
yeah, I would before winter.
Councilmember Campbell.
Agree.
Mayor Pro Tem.
As soon as the schedule allows.
Councilmember Chacon.
Same, hopefully in early fall to have time for.
Councilmember Teeter.
Sooner the better.
All right.
Make it happen, Jim.
Okay. Capital Investment Program, CIP updates map for 2025. 27.
You heard it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta make sure you heard it. Yes, I heard it. You-
You're 27?
Huh?
You're 27?
No, when it,
Oh, yeah, yeah. I heard yes.
by the way, La Cachigana is next door to the Bad Daddy's Burger and.
Hilarious, you're still here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
I didn't leave.
Go there all the time, I grab.
Yeah, you heard about that, huh? I called you out last time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, Zary's has 2 minutes, is that right?
Sir?
You have 2 minutes.
No. How do you get the first?
Dylan, get Dylan. What are you gonna do without him, man? You better figure that out.
I'm cloning them.
Exactly, well, I'm just saying, you better have a backup plan. Seems like when it comes to that
This
machine.
isn't a break, the mayor just had to leave for a minute, so
We're
if you
trying
would
to
like
get
to
the-
start.
We're trying to.
They can't, they gotta get Dylan to change the screens on the.
Okay, well, darn.
It doesn't seem to be.
Okay, then this is a break.
They have the.
He's got it. He's got it. There you go.
Yeah, like.
Good
He comes in.
On the top. Yeah, right on top of it, always like that.
We're ready.
Okay. I wanted to take just the first couple minutes to kind of set the stage for when we talk about the capital improvement investment program framework. So when we talk about CIP, there's a whole framework that comes with that to try and explain and simplify the process. So the CIP framework includes all of the current CIP projects we're working on, which total over 100. Well, in the future, we'll be talking about those in terms of active and on deck projects. And that's our strategy to really set up our project managers to deliver and complete projects. When you have over 100 projects on the plate, it's really hard and it can be overwhelming. And in some ways, we're spinning our wheels trying to complete projects. So we've come up with a strategy to try and really focus on a set of realistic projects that we can really complete and focus on now. And those are going to be the active projects. And then we'll talk about on-deck projects, horizon projects, and so forth. But the entire CIP framework is current projects, which are the over 100 projects, the 5-year capital plan, which is what we're focused on tonight, and that is prospective. So that's talking about our capital needs and plans for the next upcoming 5 years in a prospective fashion. And then we also have a horizon project list, which are identified project needs which aren't funded, which we don't
truly foresee completing within the next 5 years, but we know their needs. And as we identify funding, whether it's a grant opportunity or other funding source, we want to pull those projects off the Horizon project list and move them into active projects. So we've come up with this framework, so I wanted to explain that. And last year, we revamped the CIP process. We streamlined project categorization, we developed scoring criteria and improved project prioritization efforts. And we created CIP project pages to provide some consistent summary information on projects in the 5-year plan. This year, we repeated that process, and we're going to go over that tonight. And we've also focused on continued improvements, mainly 2, which is the development of a CIP project reporting dashboard, which we're going to give you a high-level preview of tonight. And we've also taken a really close look at all of our current project lists to come up with a really reasonable, realistic way that we can really focus on moving forward and completing and delivering on projects and setting our staff and our community up for success around those projects. So I wanted to set that stage, and Chris is going to go over the process that we went through this year, and Larius will be talking about some additional project information. And then on August 5th, we'll be bringing back a status report of all the current projects, and we'll be doing a deeper dive into the dashboard reporting technology that's being put in place and go forward with that. So it'll be kind of a 2-phase process to talk about CIP, but you'll be able to put the pieces together and move forward with us. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Christopher Johnson. I'm the budget manager here. So I'm just going to kind of go over the process we've gone through so far to develop our prospective 5-year plan. It started by putting the team together. We had a good cross-departmental collaborative unit with representative from the city manager's office, Jeff Maxwell and Monica Guardiola, Larius Hassan, Sean Poe, Michael McGoldrick, and Jenna Hahn from the Public Works Department. We had Teresa Wilson and myself from finance. And then, of course, Chad Reed and Tracy Ferguson and Kathy Levesque from Parks and Rec. We made up the team. We've been going since early spring. We had a kickoff meeting to kind of go over what the process was, how we were going to do, and then give a date for CIP submittals. In April, we had what we called the project information session. It was a chance for the team to get in a room, go over each project one by one, have the chance to ask any questions or any more information you wanted the project managers to bring back, and allowed us to get a little more information about what we were going to be scoring. And then we met the next month to actually complete the scoring, and we went there in that same meeting, we went over the funding availability for both our CIP funds and possibly what we were looking to transfer from the general fund or any 2K funding. And then we got back together in early June and did the project selection based on that scoring and any other factors that had come up since then. And then in July, we had our finalization of the initial 5-year, and then got prepared for the study session here tonight. This is a reminder from last year, but for the new council members, this might be new to you. The part of the new capital investment program framework we initiated last year, we focused on breaking it down into 2 main types. We had our capital maintenance projects, which is just any maintenance that we might be doing on city facilities, and then our capital improvement projects. This would be new construction or significant additions to existing city assets. And then even further, we broke down our capital maintenance projects in 2 types. We have our 1A preventative maintenance, which is our annual recurring capital maintenance needs to baseline our maintenance around the city. And then our periodic maintenance, this would be our less frequent non-annual capital maintenance, thinking if something breaks or if something only needs to be repaired every once 10 years, it doesn't need to be in the CIP every year. So starting with that, we wanted to focus on what we call our 1A maintenance tier 1 projects. We value these more important as other projects because for certain reasons. One of those reasons is to try to avoid deferred maintenance costs. The cost of fixing or the cost of maintaining an asset is much less than actually fixing a failure of that asset, think streets, like doing a mill and overlay over the street will allow that street to move along and be in good shape for the years. But if we wait until that street deteriorates, you have to do a full street reconstruction, the cost is exponential. This allows us to have an efficient use of funding. It's easier for us to spend a smaller amount now, even if it's more, even if that smaller amount is in the couple of millions, rather than avoiding a, you know, $10, $20 million project down the line because we didn't want to maintain what we had. We also consider it a good financial baseline. If we cannot maintain what we already have, it's tough to advocate for building more that we already are struggling to take care of what we already have on the books. So it allows us to kind of see what we need to maintain and what we have for new projects. And it also will decrease unplanned downtime. I don't know if you guys heard about the bridge breaking in Blue Mesa this summer. It causes lots of problems for a lot of people. If we can avoid those things, it'll make for happier citizens of the city. Some of these projects are bridge maintenance. They're just like that, concrete flat work, parts repair and replacement, and all our mill and overlay is also included in these. We recommend funding these projects before any other project needs. Just kind of a reminder of some of the revenues that we dedicate to CIP. Some of these aren't exclusive to just CIP, but or definitely use a lot of general fund transfers. That's just the city's general money, or $2K based off the 1% sales tax passed in 2013. We have highway users tax, which comes from the state. It's based off fuel tax, vehicle registration as well. Some of our county shared revenues come through road and bridge. It's based off property tax. Both open space tax and transportation tax are based off of sales tax. Conservation Trust Fund is the lottery funds that come through. And then we have other ones like impact fees, water rights acquisition, solid waste fees, which is the fee Republic Services pays out to the city 4 times a year. Tax increment financing, you'll see that a lot in the URA, setting a baseline. Anything above the baseline can be spent on infrastructure. And then our internal service funds sometimes build retained earnings, which is our IT, fleet, and facilities departments. They're funded through general fund. So technically it is general fund dollars, but as it can build up, sometimes it's important not to touch it completely because we do budget for replacement of all the city's computers, all the city's vehicles and facility items. But sometimes it grows to a point where we can use a portion of that to help fund other projects. So basically, we take those tier one, we take the funding we have available, we work in the tier 1 projects to fit in that funding, see what we have left, and then we have our tier 2 projects, which is our 1B and capital improvement projects. Those are the projects that are categorized, reviews, updated, and then scored by the CIP process team. Going over the scoring criteria, we use a weighted system that factors in a value going from the top to bottom. For our top one, we have obligations and commitments. This could be, you know, a legal obligation, basically something we have to do, or a commitment to a partner, an IGA that we have agreed to. We want to make sure we're following through on what we agreed to first. So we value that importantly. And then we're looking for help on financing these things. So grant or any external revenue, we're looking for, you know, developers to contribute. We want to not have to bear the entire cost. So if there's any opportunity to have help with funding something, we definitely value that as well. Public safety, the degree to which the project can promote public safety, either through something public police related or something just prove a traffic hazard that has been causing accidents. And then shovel readiness, that's pretty apparent. That's are we ready to go? We don't want to fund something if the money's just going to sit there for several years. And cost of deferral, that speaks to the deferred maintenance I spoke to earlier. How long, if we push this out a year, is it going to double in cost? If we push it out 2 years, is it going to triple in cost, or is it something that might handle? We want to factor that in when we're reviewing all the projects. Equity and quality of life, we want to try to focus on projects that help more people in the city. So if it applies to, it would be a benefit to all residents of Commerce City, that would score higher than if it was just a benefit to just a tiny subset of residents. And then finally, impact on operations budget. This could be You know, any new project might increase our operations in some respect. Some might have a pretty neutral effect, but the high scoring ones, some of them can even lower operations, lower maintenance needs for a couple of years. So we want to make sure we factor that in as well. So after we got together and scored, I know this might be a little small. This was the outcome of the scoring. We ranked the projects by score and then started to go down the list and trying to fund what we could. You'll see some projects on there like the final funding on the East 56, a railroad grade feasibility study, intelligent transportation master plan, as well as the wayfinding project out of community development. Once we have the project selected, we take those and the 1A projects and we build out the 5-year plan. Which again, it's small. There's an attachment that'll help you see some of those smaller numbers. But this was the outcome of the budget process when we were moving through. Anything that did not make this list, we moved over to the Horizon projects list. And I want to say about this list is always going to be changing. We're always going to be adding to it as new projects come in. So it might not always look the same. Some of the costs might get updated, but these are projects that we've identified so far that we do not have current city funding for. Now that we've gone over the budget process, I'm going to pass it off to the man Larry is here to talk about some of the new things coming to CIP.
So a couple of things that we came to, wish if you will, we sat down and looked at how we operated. When I came on board, we looked at the projects that we had on the list. I wanted to figure out what were the projects that we were trying to get done. A lot of the projects had none of the pieces, all of the pieces to the puzzle to get it complete. We had a staff meeting and came together to find out what new definitions that we would come up to actually put a finished product on the street and not just have a continued CIP list that could last for the next 10 to 15 years. We kind of want to get something done and pushed on the street. So we have new definitions. The second part, more in 2 weeks, we'll go in depth when we come before council in 2 weeks to explain our current projects. These are the definitions of what we came up with as of now. For active projects are projects that are either fully funded or have enough substantial funding to allow the project to be actively worked on by project managers. Active projects could be the preliminary scope and work design, pre-construction, construction, or project closeout. Those are the ones that are fully funded, ready to go. Next are on deck forthcoming. Projects include projects that may be fully funded, substantially funded, or partially funded. Those are the ones that we have a certain amount that we have all the pieces to the puzzle, but we can get them pushed on the street. The ones that are on the Horizon projects include projects that are either not funded or only partially funded. These projects are important to the city, but require additional funding sources or other considerations before they can be moved to on deck and forthcoming to be active. And finally, the current projects list covering active or on deck forthcoming project with financial statuses update along with more detailed demonstrations on the CIP dashboard that will be coming when we come before you in 2 weeks.
So Armando and his Center for Innovation team has been working hard behind the scenes to leverage existing technology the city owns, business intelligence, GIS, and pulling financial data from New World to pull all of that together into a CIP dashboard to report on projects. And this is intended perhaps not to be instantaneous live data, but very regularly updated data that can be made available to council and the public through the city's website to report on projects and learn more about projects that are in the active status. So there are several benefits of having this dashboard to provide that centralized information to enhance decision-making, improve communication, and answer questions about projects, and communicate to the community of what's going on with projects and where in the city, especially pulling in that GIS technology too. So Armando will give a more detailed overview of this dashboard on the 5th of August, but we wanted to give you a preview of it tonight. So it starts at a high level, trying to explain a very high level summary of the entire CIP. And then if you go to the next slide, and then you can focus on program and project areas. And then you can go into specific projects and read the project status update and get other information on specific projects. And I think there's one more slide. So this is designed to be, an interactive, digital, readily available source of information on CIP projects. It's not quite ready to launch, but it will be very soon. And we wanted to give you that preview of it tonight. And then open it up for discussion. There'll be more information forthcoming on the 5th with the current projects list. And the framework that we explained at the beginning is really meant to be a dynamic living framework that, when active projects become complete, we can pull more on-deck projects into the active status and focus on those. And then as we identify grant opportunities and additional funding sources and have the staff bandwidth, projects can move from the Horizon projects list into active or at least on deck. But it's meant to provide more or less a planning framework for getting projects moving forward and to set staff up to successfully complete them. It's just really hard for staff to even focus on projects when there's over 100. And so narrowing down to a list of active projects is going to set them up for success to deliver. And we can move things around. But in order to really focus on delivering projects, we need to focus on those active projects. And if more projects are desired to be put in active status, we need to talk about what's really realistic, and something may have to be swapped or pulled off if you want to add another one. So really just trying to be realistic and what we can accomplish and set our staff and community up for success. So that's what this is all about.
I appreciate that, Mary. Hats off to the team. I challenged them to come up with a path to execution. You all have seen, whether on council or not, during our budget retreat and discussions leading that around CIP, we've taken on more than what we can actually deliver to the community, and that's not been a benefit to the community. So really reshaping and Larry's and the task that CIP has taken on, how do we actually get to demonstrable results of what's going to be in the ground, both either from Parks, Rec and Golf to PW or to other facilities, and show to the community that we're actually taking that one step forward. And in that, I think as you spend the next 2 weeks digesting this information, it's quite a bit of information that you all received tonight. If you want to shift something, something's going to have to give on the back end, right? If you want to move something from beyond deck to active or Horizon to on deck, then something's going to need to shift from one of those other two categories, because there's limited funding, there's limited resources to be able to expend. And we don't want to lose the focus of that aspect of execution, right? That's how we've continued to kind of fall into that similar trap of we start with 112, and the next thing you know, we're at 169 projects. Without really contemplating the effects and the consequences that it may have on the ones that we've already, have had budgeted and are trying to get through that door. So part of the evaluation I would ask you all to take into consideration is, if I really want this, what am I willing to give up? And what is that return on the benefit that I believe that the community is going to get on this project versus the one that, has been looked at and evaluated across those various criteria? And, we look forward to having that conversation with you all on what that may mean for the CIP for this upcoming year, but also for that 2025 horizon.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you very much. I hope it makes it easier for us, because there's nothing worse than having 4 or 5 pages of single space spreadsheet and saying to the city council, what would you like to do? What do you want to prioritize? And some of these things, as Councilmember Ward likes to say, I wasn't part of it. So another council made a decision about putting it on the list, and I don't know what its value is to the city. I don't know what the value is to the neighborhood. I don't know about draws and various things that need to be done in the city. Those are all really, really important projects too. So I hope this helps us. It looks impressive. And I know you all have experience in this universe, so you clearly went to a lot of effort to try and make it manageable for us, and I'm looking forward to tackling it under this new system and hope it helps us. I hope there's sidewalks for the south on here somewhere. I haven't seen them yet.
They're in there somewhere. I will admit to you, they're in there somewhere, but yes, I do remember reviewing them when this was being posted.
And I just, I'm looking at Heartland being totally repaved, and I thought, how in the heck did that happen? I didn't even know it was a problem. I live a block away from Heartland, and I didn't notice it was a problem on that street. So anyway, I look forward to this. Thank you for going to this trouble, and fingers crossed.
Councilmember Dukes.
Just want to thank you, just echo, thank you for the effort and being able to put it in the process. You put the projects in. I know it took a lot of work and a lot of time. My question is around the theory of change, and it may not be a question maybe it's something as I personally look at projects that rise up or lower. Would love your feedback and thoughts around different cities' theories of change. Like I know, for example, having existing infrastructure in an older part of the city is actually less costly, right? Because it already has infrastructure versus like our newer growth in our newer part of the city where the infrastructure, streets they're fairly new. So the maintenance on that may be deferred in another 5-10 years out versus like if we were to invest. But I've heard that as some theories from different cities or approaches, I guess. And I don't know if that's a space to have that as here's what other neighboring cities have talked about, so that when we do have a decision, like it helps me get a frame of reference, like what type of city do I want to be in the future, and what projects to help prioritize that. When we talk about the sidewalks in the south, that is another, you've heard me say it as well as Councilor Madera around this frustration around, there's not sidewalks to go to the light rail station. So in theory, that's a low hanging fruit, but again, the theory of change or process, I love to hear what other cities are doing that as well. So I hope that kind of captures this overarching thought, but does that make sense or? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll leave it. Yes, it does. Obviously, it's not gonna be apples to apples, because, right, I think a lot of it's also kind of, the theory of change is really driven by what's the goal that the council wants to accomplish for the broader community at heart. That then kind of, once it feeds into the technical practice that we apply and how we then value that from, as you heard, right, what do we have to do legally so that we don't create any issues? What other commitments do we have? How does it improve the quality of life? So it already takes that into effect, but it really, I think, is a conversation that from a policy leadership about change, how much does that influence as we continue to think about this living program, as we consider some of the opportunities that come forward?
And I appreciate that. And also just your lived experience and your professional experience, like think about Loveland and Thornton and think about other states in and out of Colorado. Like our Commerce City is unique because it's not an old city, but it has challenges because it has an aging infrastructure, right? But it's not like historic Boston or even in some cases like Austin, like it's not like that old, right? So I do wonder, like, how do we begin to think through if we were to prioritize or think about a strategy? I'll be curious to hear what other cities are doing, because we're in a unique position where we probably could do both if we're really strategic about it for both parts of our city.
Councilmember Ford.
I really like the approach. Interested in digging into it and seeing how well this goes, because over the years, it's always been like, well, yeah, but what about this? What about this? And the whole list changes. The newer, piggybacking on some of what Councilmember Duke said, some of the newer areas aren't that costly because it's new infrastructure, but what a lot of people don't realize is a lot of those newer roads up there have to be chip sealed or slurry sealed to be able to get the life expectancy out of them to save the money in the long term. So there is a lot of costs that go into some of the newer areas because of the preventative side of making it last longer. It's beneficial to do. But then, you have roads that are that are starting to deteriorate in the south. You know, I'm driving down to Monaco and look at Colorado Boulevard and some of that infrastructure, 56th Avenue is falling apart. So we know there are needs on all the parts of town. I just want to try to balance it out where we can try to give and benefit residents throughout the city, not just in the south, not just in the north, and try to spread some of those improvements out so that everybody's getting something. You know, I think that's important, but you know, like 64th Avenue, I saw that on the list. I saw it's not one of the things that's on a priority right now. I don't disagree with that because not a lot of people living on 64. However, you don't want it to fall apart where you gotta rebuild the road. So, you know, it gets to that point where it's a timing issue. That you're gonna save more money by doing it now than waiting a year and having that cost double. So I get that piece of it. So I appreciate all the hard work and look forward to, you know, the next time that we actually, you know, it used to be that all the council got 5 sticky notes and everybody went up and put their sticky notes on what they wanted, and then you all had to figure it out. This is a little bit better plan of attack, because there's one thing I hate is putting stickers on things. Because we got smart. You take all 5 stickers, put them on the one thing you wanted, and it had to get done. Right? So this is a much better way to go about it. So again, I appreciate your efforts. You know, if Larry should stick around in some of these meetings and not leave early, we'd get more done. Just saying.
That's
That's all I got.
On the record. Council members have questions for staff? Ms. Marquita? No. Sean? No. Ms. McKim? All right. Thank you for the presentation. You know, I was looking at this and we have projects within certain areas like 96. And is there a third row that would look at third-party cost? Because if 96, if development or widening from 96 down to Highway 2, is there costs from like the Oakwood? Are they gonna contribute to that cost?
So no, I mean, that's a little bit more complicated because that's tied in a defunct now consolidated development agreement. There's obviously, I would say, conversations that I would feel more comfortable and Lee can kick me underneath the table right now that are probably best suited in a.
That's a long kick.
Long kick. That are probably best suited in a different forum, in a more protected discussion that our teams are currently looking at. I think that's part of the other aspect of how we looked at funding some of our other projects. When you kind of look at the capital improvement, you know, sheets, it kind of talks about funding sources, whether it's 2K, general fund, transportation tax. There may be some opportunities to think about also if there's already some commitments that we're aware of that may have come from third parties, whether that's private development or the water district or CDOT, that we can also include in that analysis. So that's something that we can kind of go back and take a look and make sure that we haven't missed.
Okay, because I see Chambers Road improvements from East 105th to East 116th. I know 35 million is not all on the city. So that's why I'm asking for a third row of what is the anticipation of the third party cost. And when it comes to the 2K projects, when that was rolled out, it's supposed to have maintenance and operation built in. So with your preventive maintenance, do you have that area that shows 2K projects and how much money is being dedicated out of the sales and use tax on a yearly basis that goes into a preventive maintenance fund?
We do have the funding balance from the 2K projects and specific projects for sure. That's how we were able to determine what we have in the balance fund to fund the rest of the projects, and we prioritize as such. To answer your question, yes, we do.
All
So,
right, appreciate that. And then for, safety concerns and maybe those are just things we could do. These are hard numbers here, but like, what came to retreat was talking about the intersection of 104th and Tower. Is that something that's extra or is that something that's embedded in one of this,
I can't say with any assurance to that particular example. I mean, that's obviously something that we can go back and take a look. And I think, if that isn't a project that's encapsulated within that,
Sure.
we add that, which again is that push and pull. If I pull this, then I've got to push something out and vice versa. So if you have those questions, that's why we've given you these 2 weeks, is that as you have questions, funnel those questions to me so that I can then get with my team so that they can start to look at some of this, so that when it does come to August 5th, we're able to have a fruitful conversation on what are there additional materials or information that then sets us up for that August 12th discussion and so forth until the planning retreat or budget retreat.
We appreciate that. All right. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I'd like to know also how it's getting paid for. And if there's a track for money, then it would seem like that would move the project up higher if you know that there's a way to actually fund it. Because these items that are listed here, that are scored here, add up to the billions of dollars. And how are these projects going to get funded, even if we say we want the top 10? It doesn't matter. We don't have the money for the top 10. So how does that get taken care of? It reminds me of that simply with the mayor asking about Oakwood paying anything for 96. And I want to reiterate what I always say about this point, which is when we're talking about regional roads like 96th or Chambers or 104th or Tower, and I'm talking about the northern end, is that any of those roads falling on the backs of residents in a specific neighborhood is a no-go for me. Unless, because it gets shared, the way some of these are set up with Malipas and that kind of thing, it winds up getting shared with other neighborhoods. So I want to be really careful about burdening metro districts, because the developers don't literally pay for these roads. I don't want people to think that developers pay for these roads. They do not. The residents do through their metro districts. That's exactly what's happening with the widening of 120th, that's being paid by the residents of Buffalo Run.
We do have a 25-page attachment that kind of talks about the ones that have been greenlit. And it talks about the different funding sources for those projects. So if one project moves out of the active to on deck or horizon, then obviously I'll pick on one strategic plan initiative around 60th Avenue and Monaco traffic signal upgrades. That's 175,000 as an example. We have that broken out into use of transportation tax dollars across a 2-year period. If you all don't believe that project to be as highly scored and can be an on deck or horizon, then that's going to free up 175,000 that can go towards another project. You see where I'm going? So, right, that may be able to utilize those same dollars because of the specific intent that's been identified by obviously various rules and regulations. So we have that for the top 25 projects that we funded for this upcoming year, for the next 2 years, or potentially for the next 3 or 4 years. And like I said, if there's something in those other 2 categories that bump one of those out, then there's a different discussion to be had about how to leverage those funding sources to help bridge some of those other gaps that'll be moving a project up or back and so forth. To your question about, and this is third party, and like I said, the one in and around Chambers, one in and around 96, 112, you name it, that is a very complex discussion that, like I said, I don't want to get into the substantive aspect of it tonight, just because there's a lot of things that we need to unravel with you all in a more intimate and protected environment. I'll leave it at that. When you're thinking about those roadways at large, they're regional in nature. So putting them on the backs of residents becomes very difficult from a rough proportionality and a rational aspect that we as the city have to be able to assign the impacts to and where those impacts are coming from. And how do we then make the argument that this development or that development should be responsible for its attributable share? And that's part of the conversation that we can also have within that protected environment, because once again, those will be interrelated in how we go forward in trying to fund some of those horizon projects.
Right. Right. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, thank you.
And just one more on number 14 on the scoring outcome. It's East 64th Avenue and Old Mill Road. Now, I've known this brought it before and it said that was responsibility of the state. And it shows 11 million, 11 and a quarter.
Which Tiffany, you said you're looking at again?
The scoring outcome, it's on page 9. Number 14.
$11.25
Yeah.
There are certain aspects of that are CDOT, and I can't remember if there's other aspects that are also city pertaining to that, but I think that's just, we can have some particular details around that, where that bright line begins and ends for city versus CDOT.
All right. So it'd be great though, if we had a third column for the ones that are safe to maybe highlight later. That deals with the state. But I don't have though. Thank you. Thank you guys for it.
Damn. That's good stuff.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that. All right, on to reports. City Manager Rogers, your report?
Yes, Mayor, I'm gonna go through this rather quickly for you. Kudos to the economic development team, obviously in partnership with the Chamber, we hosted our grand opening celebration for the new Dunkin' Donuts up there. In talking with corporate, they said it was one of the best hosted grand openings that they've been able to participate in the most recent past, so kudos to the team on that, wherever they may be. With PRG, we are having our last event in the series of 4 events that will be held this Thursday at Pioneer Park. The summer shindig will include complimentary food truck, but obviously, the biggest draw is Chicano Heat, Big Fallen, so please come out, in PD. We are accepting application for our first Citizens Academy in more than 20 years. It's a 9-week long program that allows citizens to get an inside look at how CCPD operates. We have an open and active page. We are continuing to do operations along 70th and Colorado, Port of Entry operations. My team is obviously looking at pulling information that has been brought up over the past couple of weeks at council meetings, but in a 2-year period, we've had over 70 citations with respect to the Port of Entry operations just along that corridor. And like I said, we'll be able to dive in a little bit more pertaining to that. And that's once again, heavy trucks going along various routes that they're not supposed to be and are being overweight, even though that they're allowed to leverage those routes. Sunday, we had Tip of Cop event to raise money for Special Olympics. So that was a good event. PRG held a graduation for the 2024 police camp. In Public Works, the Mill Rate program is continuing. Street segments along Quebec, 67th, Monaco, and around South Lawn were completed. The asphalt crack repair program had 6 large crack repairs completed last week with a total of 34 so far. And now working across Foxton Village, Eagle Creek, North Range Village, and South Lawn. We hit over 20 potholes, and our sweeping crews continue to make their way through our core city. We're actually working with our GIS division to discuss the development of a web page for displaying citywide traffic throughout the city in real time. so that residents can go to that to kind of know what's occurring on our roadways. And then we're also finishing up some of our crack sealing operations in the Turnberry neighborhood. Coming out of the city manager's office, tomorrow you have the town hall. You received a memo from Travis on how that event will occur tomorrow. If you've got any feedback prior to tomorrow, please let me know today so I can get with him on that. Attached, obviously, to this agenda, you had what to anticipate for August 5th. And then I sent an email earlier out that DRCOG received a grant, fully award funded for almost 200 million. That will be shared with a variety of different stakeholders, 27 in total. So we'll be following up with DRCOG on specifics and next steps to that matter. And last but not least, I will be out August 9th in Arizona to support my nephew getting married. So.
I'll be very quick. I'm ecstatic to say that Tia Durfee, our new deputy city attorney, will be starting next Monday. And as part of her onboarding, she will be reaching out to the city manager and his executive staff to do one-on-ones, just as I did. She intends to participate for the foreseeable future in council meetings, just to be there so that you all get to know her as the deputy. Equally ecstatic to announce that we did in fact hire a police legal advisor to represent public safety. Her name is Heidi Hugdahl. Heidi comes to us by way of a private firm. She's been practicing since the mid-90s. And since 2015, she's been representing, she was in the public sector previously as a deputy town attorney for the Castle Rock. But she's also been representing municipalities on personnel related matters, as well as HR work and working for public safety departments throughout the Front Range. So ecstatic to help have her join the team, and that's all I've got for you. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Council members have a report that can make. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Grand opening of Dunkin' Donuts on 104th. Pat Gilligan, the big owner, was there, or franchisee, Chamber of Commerce, Councilmember Douglas, and last but not least, the Adams City High School cheer squad, who was on the corner for about an hour and a half. Councilmember Teeter was able to make it as well. And I have two other things. A constituent wants to know where to find approved permits. He wants to be able to look at a map and say, oh, this is what's going in here, that's what's going in there, and so forth, without, and I couldn't find anything online that enables someone to do that.
Didn't work my map out.
What?
All jokes aside, that's something that we've been talking about for an extended period of time. It's been something that I've been very bullish on with our team, because it's one of those kind of lost pieces of tools for our community, just to be able to see visually on a map where things are at in various states, approved, under construction, under review. Jim, now that we've got an IT staff that is starting to be fully built out, it has the expertise to do so. We have a system now that everything is gone electronic. We're now starting to advance that. So Jim, you may have an update on what's starting with that development map.
It's still in progress. We got the development webpage, keeping updated fairly good, but we've got the mapping that's going with it to work with GIS, try to get finalized to get it where it's actually workable.
So there's no spreadsheet or anything that someone can go to and just see a list.
We don't have that right now. We do have our development projects page, which kind of talks about all active and most recently approved.
Yeah.
That's development, so that talk about actual building permits, but.
Is that really what actual
Yeah, it's
building
not very
permits?
helpful. So they wanted like 96th and Tower. I mean, I know in general,
Yeah,
but everybody has different theories on what's happening. And if you can just send them to one place instead of answering the question 20 times.
yeah, let us look into that. I mean, if anything, that helps us just with also just communication with the broader community about where things stand in the review and approval process. So I'll talk with
Central Square
Jared.
may have some way to do that fairly
Yeah.
easily, so.
Yeah, because I know where to send them if they want to know where it is in the process, but once the permit is approved, then we lose them, if you will, you know, when the ground is broken.
If you've got the address, you can actually search on Central Square by address, but let us look and see if there's a more transparent way that we can get it out.
And I have one last thing,
Okay.
which is a date, a tiny date at the bottom of each slide for presentations, because I often print them out, and as I go back and I'm finding documentation that I need for things I'm working on, I don't know when that presentation was given. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little date at the bottom of each slide. That's all.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just was able to do boards and commissions this weekend. We were able to have how many, 11 community members really show up and want to be a part of the boards commission. Shout out to Jordan, and Dylan and also, Brittany, as they really put together a great, and I shout out Jordan specifically because there was some folks on the call that said, hey, the reason I'm here is because the outreach he really put in personally. And then shout out the whole team for just making sure our Saturday went well. And Jason, shout out to you for being responsive as well as Lee to make sure we were able to figure out a way to not postpone the boards and commission interviews again, so that we can have, you know, everyone was had the opportunity to interview. And it was just exciting. Those always get me excited. So there's so many great people in our community I want to give back. The other thing, is just give an update. I sent an email to council around meeting with Oakwood and some of the representatives. And during the meeting, I shared concerns from the community, as well as brainstorm and share concerns around the lack of affordable housing, specifically for our teachers and first responders, because cost of living is so expensive. And so just want to make sure they know that, as well as other concerns that we all know about that people feel about development or Oakwood itself. So that was a good meeting. The next meeting I have on my calendar in advance is with Nexus Development, as they were thinking about what's happening over there and towards Denver area. So that'll be something that'll taking place on Friday.
Councilmember Ford, Joe. Councilmember Teeter? Councilmember Chacon? Councilmember Kim?
Nope.
Last Tuesday, I was able to swear in 6 officers. And that was really nice because we had it in a different department of the PD. Family members were there. They were all very, very happy to get started. And that's a sense of the community back there and how they want to took this job to actually work with the community and be there every day, whatever it takes to make sure our community is safe. So it was nice to meet the new officers and their family. And then Saturday, I also participated in interviews. And that went really well. We had 17 interviews.
11.
11, well, 17 altogether.
Yeah.
And it went really well. So I appreciate Councilmember Kim and Councilmember Dukes participating in that, as well as the staff, because it was the city attorney's office and city manager's office, making sure we stayed on task to get that done, because they ended up blending 2 quarters together. So, all right, if there's
One more thing. This is from CUP. So we gave a sponsorship to CUP, which is both Reed and Coffee House, of course, and Greyhound Grounds. Words cannot express how grateful we are for your generous donation to our nonprofit. Your impact will help multiple youth blossom and brighten through our program. Everybody signed it. You can see
nice.
all the
Thank you.
baristas signed it. Very huge, right? So I just wanted to make sure anybody wants to look at that.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, very quickly.
Yes.
Staff reminded me, we now have obviously the new ADA accessibility for any online documentation. So the dates and how things have to be embedded may have some complications. So having a date at the end, at the bottom of every slide, for instance, make it picked up by every ADA reader, because we have to make sure that anything that we post fits within those parameters. So this clerk's office is gonna have to play around with that, so it doesn't get picked up every single time. It's something that we need to worry about. I just want you to be aware that that's something we're gonna have to work on. And like I said, I forgot about the new ADA accessibility laws that have come into place. Some of these things that would have been not a big deal are something now that we have to
Is
tackle.
it in the bind or?
Yes.
Yes.
So screen readers pick up all the text on the slide. We're supposed to organize it in a readable way, right? So a title, a header, and then the actual text. If we have a text at the bottom with the date, it'll read, background information, all the VIP stuff, and then 7:15 for every slide that they go through. So I have to figure out a way to embed that date without it getting picked up by the screen reader. So you all have it as a reference, but somebody with sight issues won't hear that date over and over and over again for a 20 slide presentation.
I could see that'd be a problem.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention next Tuesday, I'm meeting with Matt Mahoney and Sean Bailey.
Oh, we didn't mention that.
What?
Rocky Mountain Partner, we were at the Arsenal Refuge and Mahoney and
Sean.
Maley
Sean Bailey.
attended, right?
Fine, man.
Yeah. Right. We made that connection. Okay, sorry.
Seeing no other business on the agenda, this meeting is adjourned.
I'm gonna get the.